Buddy, we are live. This is Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific time. We are live right now, and I'm just going to turn on my Chrome browser because I'm actually not playing Dota right now. Give me a second. Yes. Cool. I was just watching the Zach Lowe show. It is a podcast on everything to do with hoops. So I'll just share this link with a couple people, and then we will get this kicked off. Excuse me. If you haven't tuned in my channel before, thank you so much for tuning in. This is my YouTube channel. I'm the host, TRG, and we talk about all relationship related things on this channel. So thank you so much. Let's see, go live. Yeah, create, go live. My stream. Change dashboard. And we'll copy and paste this, and we'll send it to a couple people. Sorry guys, I just have to answer a couple of messages. Okay, we're back live. I'll just keep playing this, and then I'll probably play some Dota later.
Big contract moving forward. Franz and Paolo, max contracts moving forward. Like, how is Orlando going to handle this? I know there are a lot of people in the league who are already looking around, even before Black's breakout. There are people in the league who are looking around, are like, right after they traded for Bane, I feel like everyone's reaction in the league was like, okay, is there going to be a subs trade coming? Because, like, this team has second apron dangers, and at some point, they will have to move on from some of these guys in some way, and if they're not good enough, then they're going to have to make a move. And if Anthony Black is really awesome, like, that just makes that process even more urgent. I am really curious, but for now, like, I've loved watching Anthony Black. Oh my goodness, he can't come out in the starting lineup.
It's one of my favorite fake trades before I realized it was not illegal but very hard to do was Dan Carroll for Giannis, with Orlando sitting more than that, to be honest, but that's off the table. Poison pill for Paolo. Anthony Black All-Star, not this year, but Anthony Black future All-Star is officially in play. What's been interesting, and you mentioned how his combination of craft and
Welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. If this is your first time here, I'm TRG, the host of this particular stream. Right now we're watching some basketball, Zach Lowe podcast. If you ever heard of this guy, he's a basketball wizard. I've been following him for the last 10 years. He used to work for ESPN. Unfortunately, he was let go last year, which was a pretty big deal. I think it was a very big mistake. But he started his own podcast, YouTube channel, and it's growing. It's not growing at the rate that I thought it would grow. It's it's hard because only hoops heads would like turn into his stream and really like watch it religiously. It's like an hour long about basketball, like in depth, like 2 hours long about in depth basketball talk, right? We're talking about trade, cap sheets, performance, what teams are missing, power rankings, like who are the top, Eastern Conference power rankings contenders, or Western Conference ones. And so for the average fan, that might just not be important to them. Or they just might care about one team, for example, right? And they want to talk, everyone to talk about the Lakers forever. Yeah, I feel like his opinions are pretty objective. Like he knows the game really, really well. He studies it. He talks to a lot of the players and the executives and the coaches. So he has really good in-depth knowledge about a lot of things going around the league, which is really cool. So I'd recommend if you're ever interested in basketball, that you should tune into his stuff. But I'm gonna continue to play this while I'm eating partially my dinner, and then we'll go from there.
Basket. I'm waiting for the team that just treats him like Rondo. It's like we're going under every pick against you. And watching the Pacers blitz him last time, like I don't understand why you're doing that. Now, it could be because teams have just decided he's too good for that. He's too good for that because if he knows we're going under, the Magic can set the screens lower and flip him and do all that stuff. And he's so fast and powerful that he'll beat us to the spot behind the screen and just go through us for a layup. It could be that teams have enough respect for his jump shot now. It's not just that he's shooting better from three, he's shooting more of them and more from above the break, and it's like a reasonable outcome for the Magic. What this means for their future of Suggs at 30 plus million, Black, Banchero and Wagner on maxes, the last two on maxes. We'll see. I mean, Suggs, I'm not sure how teams would approach Suggs in a trade given that, again, he's hurt. And for now, for the purposes of this power rankings, there's been so much scrutiny on Banchero. And they found something with Bane, Black, Suggs, and one of Wagner and Banchero. And I do think Banchero is making a concerted effort to make faster decisions. When he gets into trouble is when the ball stops with him, and that's partly his fault. And he'll sometimes go one-on-one against guys that are just like you going one-on-one from 19 feet against Pascal Siakam is a bad outcome for a team. But it's also partly the Magic's fault. Like the ball, if one action kick to Banchero at the top of the arc and no one moves and no one sets a screen for him and no one cuts, that's the team's fault too. But I do think he's trying to shave a little bit of that out of his game. The way for him is screen, roll, make plays, come off the base, sometimes run him off pin downs.
Welcome back to the stream.
Make the next play. Like you can walk in.
Just having some dinner while I'm watching the Zach Lowe show. If you're not familiar with the show, it's just everything to do with basketball.
I think any of these 5 teams could win the East, by the way. Any of the top 5.
Gonna get some yogurt from the fridge. Give me a second.
I struggle to say Philly because I don't see Embiid just having it last for that long. Philly could beat anyone, but I don't know if they could beat any 3. I think anyone in the top 5.
Let's get spicy, Fred. Orlando at 5 was, I think, the easiest call of these 5 teams, and it wasn't the easy one at all. Who'd you have it for?
Cleveland.
Me too. This is not spicy at all. I flip-flop Cleveland and a couple of other teams, particularly Boston, because and Detroit. Like Detroit has. Do I trust their spacing? Do I trust their secondary ball handling around Cade? Boston has I don't even understand what's happening here. Our team with no proven NBA big men is playing this well. But they are this good, and this is 34 games of them being the best point differential team in the East. And Cleveland, I initially had them third. I flirted with them in second.
You can tell by how much I watch every single or listen to podcasts while I'm driving and stuff like that, how much I like hoops. It's a huge passion of mine since I was a kid till now. I can't play worth shit. I can shoot pretty well, but I just love basketball in general. We were going over cap sheets the other day, trade values, different players, Giannis says he would never ask Bucks for trade. Sometimes I just don't understand. So if you guys aren't familiar with who Giannis is, he's basically a top 3 player, at worst maybe a top 4 player in the league. And he has this passive aggressive way about him. Like I think he wants out, but he wants to seem like the good guy, so he doesn't want to ask out. He wants the team to just kind of be fed up enough with the situation to deal him away. Which is a shame because he plays in a small market where they need his stardom. Like it's unlike other sports. Player empowerment has a lot of power to dictate where they want to play. So, for example, like players want to play in like LA, New York, Miami. Well, less Chicago, I guess, in a way. Dallas, for example, would be like a destination. They don't really want to play in like places like Indiana, Minnesota. What's another small market? I guess New Orleans in a way, right? The Oklahoma City Thunder. So they drafted him. He was a homegrown talent. They basically raised him up to win 2 MVPs, and now he's kind of asking for out, or allegedly, anyways. And the thing is, like, why would he release this information unless he actually wanted out? Like, he's trying to, like, clear the like, a firm's commitment to Bucks would never demand a trade. Like, he's trying to affirm his commitment, but I almost feel like there will never be a chance and there will never be a moment that I will come out and say I want to trade. Yeah, so essentially that is not in my nature. So you want to, like, clear your name, but all signs point to the fact that you want to be traded. Yeah, at least behind closed doors. This is what is being reported. Whether or not that's true or not is a different story. I know he likes Milwaukee, but he wants to win. And based on their current cap sheet and where they're at, like, let me show you this. Milwaukee. Here. We were looking at this the other day, as you can tell. They are $213 million. And that would leave them... Where is Second Apron stats? I think Second Apron is 207, if I'm not mistaken. Like, any threshold past there. Basically what that means is, like, your franchise is hampered after that. It's really restricts you to have any ability to move players, to be able to sign, like, veteran minimums, mid-level trade exceptions, all those kind of things, which makes the flexibility of building your roster almost impossible, right? So most teams avoid it like the plague. That's just how they're structured right now. But what's not reported here that you probably don't see, they waived a $54 million player, Damian Lillard, okay, at the beginning of the year in order to try to sign Miles Turner. And that amount still hits your cap sheet. They waived him over the next 5 years or whatever to pay him $10 million a year. And, I mean, he made off like a bandit because he basically resigned with Portland for a 3-year deal. And he's injured all of this year. So he's getting paid by Milwaukee. Plus, I believe he's getting paid by... I believe he's getting paid to be waived by Milwaukee. And then he signed another agreement with Portland, so he's getting paid for that as well, while basically being injured because he torn his ACL, right? And why would a team do this? A team does this because they're trying to keep their superstar Giannis happy, right? And build a quote-unquote winning roster around him. So they use the extra money basically to sign Miles Turner to a 4-year, $100 million deal. But they're not good enough. Like, they're just, where are they sitting? They're sitting right here. It's a complicated problem, but they're 10th, I think, in the East, or maybe Milwaukee. Yeah, they're 11th. Giannis is still hurt. I think he's still going to be hurt for another couple weeks. They won, what did they win? 4 of their last 5, I think, without him. Did they? No. Well, they lost one, so I guess they were on a little bit of a streak, but I think that they were on a weak schedule. So they're 16-21. They play in the East, which is not as competitive, so they still have a chance to get in the top 8. But it's very clear that they are on the outside of what we would call contenders, right? So contenders, title contenders, essentially, right? Not even fringe title contenders. They're not even scratching the playoffs right now. So it's been long reported that he does not want to, he wants to be competitive. But he knows where they're at with their cap sheet, right? They don't really have any assets per se that other teams would want. Most teams didn't even want Miles Turner. That's kind of why he had to go to Milwaukee in the first place. His own team didn't want him. He played really well for Indiana last year. They made it Gay Center in the finals. He was an integral part of holding down their defense and hitting timely threes. He didn't play that well in the finals, but he did play well in the conference finals versus New York Knicks. So you got to give him credit. He does have a lot of experience. He's a veteran. He's been in the league for quite a long time. He's 29, going into 30 this year. But he's a fringe piece. He's not let's win a title with these guys kind of pieces. And so they're very strapped in their cap sheet right now on any kind of movement. We'll see what happens in free agency in the summer. I don't know any super notable free agents that are coming up for free agency in the 26-27, so this summer, and 26-27 leading up to the 26-27 season. So barring some crazy superstar getting traded to Milwaukee on some kind of package deal, there probably isn't a hope for Giannis to contend for a couple years. Yeah, he's signed to the next 3 years, right? And he has a player option, obviously, in his last year in 27-28, which I'm assuming he's going to be looking for a max extension at that point if he's still playing at this level and not injured. He'll be 33 by that time. Yeah, I think he's 30, 31. So yeah, it's he kind of puts out this passive aggressive stuff in these press conferences. When he's pressed about the issue, he'll kind of sit on the fence about it, and then he has this very public statement where he says he'll never ask out from this place. I guess because he just doesn't want to seem like the bad guy, maybe James Harden has been seen in his career, and who else has asked out recently, Jimmy Butler, obviously super public divorce. Which I get in terms of your brand, and maybe you just don't want to be seen as the bad guy, but own it, dude. If you're that fucking unhappy somewhere, just own it. Why? Let's not sugarcoat it. He's not 25 years old or something like that with the rest of his career in front of him, at least in basketball terms. And he clearly wants to win. He's clearly stated that if I walk away from the game with less than 2 championships, I will consider that a failure. And I don't blame him. He's a competitor. He is one of the best players in the league by far. He is one of the best two-way players in the league. I mean, you see his stats, league leaders. He should be top 5 in scoring. I don't know if it's because, let's see, Giannis. Where's Giannis? I can't. Giannis? No. Nnis? Weird. What the heck? Do they not show inactive players? No way that he's this far down. He averages 32 points a game. He should be near the top. I don't know why I don't see him. Okay. Giannis stats. Giannis points leaders. Basketball Reference. Yeah, he's averaging like 29.5, like 30 points a game, which is kind of what he's averaged for the last 5 years of his career. But he's honestly playing on another level this year, I feel like, besides the injuries. Um, like, look at his field goal percentage. It's 65%. Like, he cannot miss when he goes to the rim with like a full head of steam, right? Like when he's given a path to go, he goes and he scores. His free throw percentage has always been bad. So he's shooting 65%. He was shooting better younger in his career. But look at his rebounding numbers. Offensive rebounding, total rebounding 10 boards per game. He averages about 6 assists a game. He's never been like a huge distributor, but I feel like that's a lot to do with the fact that his team depends so much on him scoring that like it's almost a detriment for him to pass the ball to share it to someone because like he's guaranteed points pretty much since he's so good. If he passes to someone else, they're almost not guaranteed points. But my point is like he's NBA leaders in scoring. Like Luka's on top. No. For 2026 season. Okay, Luka's on top. Yeah, he's third. SGA should be up here as well. He averages like 32 points a game. Like, let's see. Oh, that's weird. This ESPN poll didn't show it. I don't know why Giannis is not here. But this one does. That's very odd. Yeah. Anyways, he's third. So, amazing player, obviously, right? One of the best in the league right now, but he's been very, very passive aggressive about things, wanting out, and so I just don't know why you release a statement like this. It seems so fake to me, at least a little bit. Yeah, which is crazy. Oh, T-Wolves won versus the Cavs. Good for them. I like the T-Wolves. Like they're a good team, but I just don't know if they have what it takes to win it all. Like it's it's a super difficult conference and league is really tough. So I do understand it. Yeah, I do totally understand. Let's go back to the pod. Just gonna get my mashed potatoes.
And I know what it is with these four guys playing together. I just my faith is a little bit fractured. Garland again has looked better, but still not great. Like I'm not scared of Darius Garland when he has the ball the way that I should be. Some of the craft and change of pace I thought was better, but he's not like blowing up as a scorer or a distributor. Really. He's been fine. He's been good. They're still going to be undersized at guard. They're not healthy. Like Wade's missed a couple of games. You know, Jared Allen was out with I think an illness yesterday. If you know, yesterday they lost that game to the Pistons, who are obviously above them on both of our lists. Strus, when is he coming back? Is he coming back? Like what's happening with Max Strus? I'm tired of admiring his collection of baseball hats on the bench. Like, is he gonna play? I'm kind of glad that they minimized, although they brought them back yesterday. I don't like their small three-guard lines. I don't like Merrill plus Garland plus Lonzo, Merrill plus Garland plus Mitchell. I just think it's too small. Lonzo has been largely not good for them. Tyson has been a godsend and has changed their season. It just feels too shaky for me. The Hunter fit hasn't been good. They're on paper, they're better than 4, and I'm projecting this as their ranking going forward as their championship chance. I just can't put them. I can't put them above 4. My faith has been wobbled.
Yeah, I feel very similarly to where I'm watching them. I even watched them against Phoenix, and this kind of looks like the Cavs, like last year's Cavs. This looks like the offense that could get anything. It looks like It looks like the Jared Allen that you want to see too. Like Jared Allen just like wasn't playing in fourth quarters for such a long time.
Cool. It lasted.
They're talking about the Cavs. That's another team we covered the other day. They're just in a very bad place in terms of cap sheet, performance, everything. It's really rough for them. I think they're sitting 6th, maybe 8th. They had a really shaky start to the season, mostly because of injuries, but like they're 8th right now. They're 21-18. They lost today. And they just don't look like the team from last year at all. A lot of that is to do with injuries, but we're already 1/3 through the season. So, hey, welcome to the stream. So it's tough. Yeah, it's tough. We'll see how the Cavs perform in, after All-Star break. After All-Star break is an important time for a lot of teams. That's when teams are making that push to get seeding and preparing themselves for the playoffs, rounding out rotations. Obviously, you have trade deadline coming up, so you see, if you dealt for players, you got new players to get them acclimated into your system to get prepared for the playoffs. So it'll be really telling to see how these teams push in the next 6 months here leading up to May and June, which is playoff time. So it'll be interesting. But the Cavs are in a really bad spot because this is the team they have. This is the team that they're married to for the foreseeable future. And they're just not playing well. So let's continue with this.
It's like 2 games. It's great. Can I see it for 3 weeks? They beat the Spurs. A great win against the Spurs. That was awesome.
That's why I've got them at 4. Like Boston is just, to me, like Boston's just like they did it. The Cavs are honestly at 4 in theory for me. I'm like, okay, it's trending in a better direction. It's trending in a better direction right now. So I'm gonna have them at 4 in theory. But if I do just purely off of results for the first 35, 36 games of the year, Cleveland has not been the 4th best team in the league so far this year. And with Boston, I just look at it and I'm like,
no, they're
in the East. I'm sorry, in the East. In the East. Yes. I mean, I look at Boston and I'm like, Boston's got results. Like Boston has done this, and we can talk about Boston. Garland's been better. I mean, I think ultimately what it comes down to in Cleveland is like, I really think it comes down to Garland. I really think everybody has underrated that guy's importance to their offense for a really long time. Donovan Mitchell is amazing. He's their star. No disagreements, and he has been unbelievable the entire season. However, Garland is the dude who is kind of the heartbeat of their offense. Like, or maybe Mitchell is the heart. And
how's everyone's day today, by the way? Did you guys all have a good Wednesday? I hope you did.
And Garland is just the brain, because he's the guy who's operating everything.
Leave a comment below to let me know how your day went, and if you don't mind, if you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe. It really helps the channel grow, especially the viewership, the audience. Helps me potentially hire more people to work on the channel to give you guys better productions. So I had a really productive meeting about the channel today, which I'm very grateful for. So stay tuned for more content to come. Let's continue on.
He's the guy who's getting downhill. He's the guy creating corner threes. Like, Cleveland was creating bad threes in the early part of the year. They weren't getting to the rim at all in the early part of the year, whether Garland played or they didn't. And Garland was having plays where, like, clearly the toe was affecting him. And if he gets healthy, I think that team looks a lot different. I think we're starting to see good signs of that. I'm not all the way there.
Good signs. Again, like, he's been fine. The last 2 weeks he's been largely fine. I don't know if fine is good enough to win the East. And, even yesterday he had I can't remember if he took a hard fall or something where he looked like something bad happened to his foot and then he shook it off and he was fine. But like 16-6, 18-8, 19-6, 15-11, 12 and 1 assist. Like, those are okay games. They're not earth-shattering games. And going into the season, I did a podcast with Blake Griffin, I remember, right before the season, and it was just, let's bounce around 8 big questions for the season, and we had to cut it for time. And one of the ones I didn't end up asking him for time was, do we get to the end of the season and just conclude Evan Mobley as a center? And I wish we had that discussion at the time, because you mentioned Jared Allen's fourth quarter minutes dwindling and like how much faith they have in that conversation. It's just too many big picture questions right now. Could they make the finals? Absolutely. I did not pick them to make the finals before the season. I picked the Knicks. I'm going to stick with that pick and live with it. Just doesn't feel great. Okay, so we have the same top 3 in some order. I went, and I don't feel good about it. I went New York, Detroit, Boston. What did you do?
That's what you did, 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1?
1, 2, 3.
I went, Zach,
Same.
New York, Detroit, Boston. We I don't think we deviated more than one spot on any team. New York, Detroit, Boston.
Let's talk about Boston, who has a legitimate claim, remarkably, to the number 1 spot. I almost put them at 4, because I'm just shocked. Like, Nimi Keita is their starting center. Their starting at 4 is now Hauser. It was kind of Jaylen Brown / Jordan Walsh for a while now. Jordan Walsh is coming off the bench. Minot has disappeared from their rotation. He plays some minutes at the 4. Their backup 5 is either nobody or Luka Garza, who is playing out of his mind in the last 2 to 3 weeks. It just didn't feel like a front court that was going to be good enough to hold up against the best NBA teams. And it has been, and Cade has been unbelievable. They also have been basically completely healthy at the top of their rotation. Pritchard, White, Brown have been healthy pretty much the whole season. Brown, I think, missed a couple games at some point. They're second in the entire stinking NBA in offense. I can't even believe how good they are offensively. They are the slipperiest pick and roll attack in the entire.
So let me just give you guys a little bit of context why they're praising Boston so much. Boston was the champion 2 years ago, the Celtics. And last year they made it to the conference finals. Their best, quote-unquote, best player, although I would say Jaylen Brown, in my opinion, is their best player. But Jason Tatum, most people regard him as Celtics' best player, blew out his Achilles last year. Okay, so this was their title defense. They wanted to try to repeat. And he blew out his Achilles, I want to say, in game 3, if I'm not mistaken, of the NBA Conference Finals. Was it game 3? No, they didn't even make it that far. They made it to the second round, I believe, and then his Achilles blew out. And then the Knicks and Indiana made it to the semifinals. And then, obviously, Indiana beat them in 6 games. Made it to the finals. Anyways, the reason why I tell you this is because their best player went down. If you're familiar with Achilles tears in the NBA, usually it takes a year to heal. And then maybe even another year to get right? Like you're, literally going through almost 2 years, a year of operation total rehab, and then you're good the following year. The reason why this matters is because Boston had one of the highest luxury tax bills in history. They had a $500 million luxury tax bill with the team that they built, right? With the championship team that they built. They extended a lot of their guys. They paid a lot of their guys. They jettisoned Drew Holiday and KP, so Kristaps Porzingis, and Luke Kennard. Not Luke Kennard. The guy on the Spurs, the center on the Spurs. I can't remember what his name is. He's good. I like him, actually. He's a backup center. But anyways, maybe it's Luke Kennard. No, Luke Kennard's a shooter. Anyways, I'll look up his name later. Anyways, they saved a whole bunch of money. So now they went from $500 million, and now they are Boston Celtics. What are they now? They're at 202, right? So they're under the first apron. I think 207 is the first apron. So they're in much better shape. And the general rule of thumb in the beginning of the year was, oh, this is a gap year for the Celtics. They don't even have their best player. Their best player, even if he comes back, he'll come back in like March or like April of this year. At which point, he'll be so out of basketball shape, like it's pretty much a wash, right? Like, why even try? You know, you might as well just hold him out for the entire year, and then like see how the team does, and then purposely tank for like a really good draft pick, really high draft pick, you know, being like the bottom 5 or whatever, and then see what you can do, you know, the following year when Tatum is healthy. And you know, most logic would point to that. Like, that makes sense, right? Like, in order to hold him out for that long period of time. So Tatum is still injured, by the way, but they've been playing so well that they're actually third now in the league. And they have the second best offense, like they were saying, in the league. And no one knows how, because they jettisoned a whole bunch of their guys, and they're playing with these kind of B-roll guys that are coming in to help them out. And they're playing really hard. They're playing really well. And so, yeah, they deserve a lot of credit as a result.
Entirely is Boston. Derek White is a menace to society as the back screener in Spain pick and rolls. And for people who don't know what a Spain pick and roll is, it looks like a regular pick and roll between, let's say, Jaylen Brown and Queta, but Derek White is coming up the lane, setting a back screen on Queta's guy to confuse the defense, to give maybe Jaylen Brown a free roll to him. Except Derek White sometimes doesn't even set that screen. He goes up to set it, and then he goes sideways, and he's open for a three. They are so hard to contain on the ball. They have a legitimate claim to number one simply because they have been the number 1 point differential team in the East. I can't believe how good they are. And I'll say this, everyone's been, and then the Tatum thing, Nerf gun to my head, I think Tatum's coming back this season. I don't know what that means for the Celtics. I don't know how he looks. I don't know if he wants to step in immediately to being Jason Tatum. If so, what that does to the team instead of being like a secondary guy and feeling his way back in. Seems like it can't hurt. Like, I'd like to have Jason Tatum in some form on this team, even a sort of recovering Jason Tatum. And everyone has been sort of penciling them in as a salary dump team, and they may dump salary. I'm putting it out there. I think they might buy at the trade deadline, and I think they should. I think they should look at, they have a lot of draft assets to trade. I don't think it's going to be anything splashy. It may not even end up adding payroll to their team. I think there's a Simons for a big man trade, a spare parts, and a pick for a big man trade. I don't know who the team is, like who the player is. Like, would Yusuf Nurkic help their team? I don't know. It's going to be something unsexy like that. I think they're buying. I think they should buy. I think Detroit, who we will get to, absolutely should be a buyer at the trade deadline. Even though they're a young team, young teams typically don't get far in the playoffs, yada yada. This conference is so open that I don't even think those rules apply to a team like the Pistons. But the Celtics are just maybe the story of the NBA season is Boston. I think they're legit, and I think that big three of Brown, Pritchard, White on the perimeter is just rock solid on both ends of the floor. And Jaylen Brown's actually 30 points a game, 51% shooting, 37% on threes. Should be in the conversation for first team All-NBA if one of those spots opens up.
Jaylen Brown has been unbelievable. Just went for 50 the other night. Didn't win Player of the Month. Seems genuinely hurt by not winning Player of the Month. Got the support of Joe Mazzulla for not winning Player of the Month.
We have so many awards now. Is there another stupid award the NBA can make up? We have Defender of the Week or Month, or Coach of the Bi-Weekly. Can we give him the JCPenney semi-annual Player of the Month? What can we give him?
Yeah, I think they should. I think they should have
Best Jalen of the Month.
Yeah, they should have best pick setter of the High Holy Holidays. They can do that too. We could do a whole thing.
Best number 7 of the month.
Best number 7. I would take best number 7. I don't know player numbers. Totally off on player numbers.
Luka Doncic wins best 77 of the month for the 47th consecutive week, but BJ Edgecombe might steal it next week.
Jaylen Brown.
Brought to you by Kia.
Jaylen Brown has been unbelievable. Derek White got off to a really cold start with his shot, and now it just looks like Derek White again is hitting a ton of threes and being awesome. I mean, the offense that Joe Mazzulla has set up too is pretty amazing. Like the system is unbelievable. I did a story probably a month and a half ago about why offensive rebounding is so bad in the NBA. And there's more offensive rebounding now. There are like 20 teams, 18 teams with an offensive rebound rate above 30% right now. And only a few years ago, it was like 5. Only 5 years ago, it was 1. Teams are crashing the boards like never before, and they're crashing more guys, and they're doing it stylistically differently. And the Celtics, dating back to Ime Udoka as their head coach, have been ahead of the curve on this for a while. Udoka has, or I should say Mazzulla, who's an assistant under Udoka, has like only taken it further. He's become obsessed with the science of crashing. And you look at some of their like wings off the bench, like you look at like Jordan Walsh, and you look at how they use him after a shot goes up. And they're like, Jordan Walsh, just go freaking crazy when a shot goes up. You are going to go to the rim. You're just going to beeline there, and you're going to get everything. And guess what? Jordan Walsh has been really, really good for them this year, especially at that. It's helping their bigs. It's helping their second chances. Right now, they're just like such an analytically friendly team, right? I mean, they're just more threes than anybody. Top 5, top 6 in offensive rebound rate. They're number 1 in turnover rate offensively. They just never turn the ball over. And when you win the possession game to that degree, because you're not turning the ball over, because you're creating extra chances with your offensive rebounds, and then you're turning those chances into threes, and you are going to maximize, and you have good three-point shooters, like you are going to maximize your chances of having a pretty good offense. Like that formula is awesome. It's really good. I think they're just really good. I don't think there's anything flukish about them. And freaking Jaylen Brown, like that guy saw a challenge in front of him and could have said this is going to be a gap year, and instead is just so much better. Has just answered the call in every single way possible, as a facilitator, as a scorer. His handle, which he's been killed for forever, is better. He had a spin move a couple of games ago, which didn't even lead to a bucket, but I was like, oh my goodness, that little lefty spin around a dude. I was like, that was just unbelievably quick, and he maintained his balance. His balance has been unbelievable off the dribble, the ability to create shots. He's been amazing. I have an all-star ballot this year, like no-brainer all-star starter in the game that doesn't make any sense. He's been amazing.
And the talent drain that had me take the under, that had me pessimistic about them relative to certain this, 22-12. The talent drain has not been a talent drain. Drew Holiday hasn't played in forever. Kristaps Porzingis has not played much for the Hawks. And by the way, the Hawks will tell you, yeah, we've struggled with Trey defensively. We know that. We want to see what Trey with a rim protector actually looks like, because Okongwu, as good as he is not giant around the basket. Yeah, kind of should have factored in KP missing some games. I should have factored in KP missing more games than I did. By the way, just one last, just to rub my own face in the dirt on the Hawks. Can we start talking about Dyson Daniels being 7 of 57 on threes this season?
I was just talking about that with people.
12%. He made 83s last year. What?
He's lost his confidence. That was the thing in New Orleans. New Orleans, the whole thing with him in New Orleans was he'd miss some shots, and then all of a sudden he'd be like, oh, missed the shot. I'm kind of out.
Yeah,
and then it would add this hesitance.
Yeah, when you're 7 of 57, I'm cool with you hesitating. Like, it's not helping anything.
Yeah. But I think it all snowballs. It all snowballs. Like last year, he hit some shots, and the Hawks were really excited that they felt like he kind of evolved from that. And I think this year there's been some reversion, because we see hesitance in other parts of his game. Like, don't get me wrong, defensively he's still excellent, but I don't think he's been at the level defensively this year he was last year. The steals and deflections, the defensive playmaking isn't quite there. The every once in a while I'll be like, you know what, I feel like last year he would have been like a quarter of a step faster on that. I think there's just been more hesitance in his game overall, and like to me, with him, that always starts with his shooting. Like he just gets his own head about it.
And and Horford is the other guy. He's not played much for the Warriors. Played a little better lately. Talent drain just hasn't been. It's just continuing the tradition of guys who get traded and or leave Boston like somehow flatlining wherever they go next. The only orange flag for Boston is they're shooting. They're number 2 in mid-range shooting, and part of that is Jaylen Brown being sensational. Is any of that going to regress? And they're 27th in defensive rebounding, frontline issues, but that's been actually trending better. And Derek White, I'm going to do my All-Stars again later this week. Going to take a fresh look at it. He's going to rank way higher than he did a month ago. That guy is a sensational two-way player. That leaves us with Detroit and New York,
Who played tonight?
who played tonight. Detroit on a back-to-back. And New York's been banged up. I'm less excited about it. And Detroit's missing Duran, LeVert, Tobias Harris. So I'm a little less excited about it than I would be. Detroit, and Bill nailed this last week in talking about Trey Murphy III. Detroit, to me, is the most interesting trade deadline team. Not necessarily because they are super hungry to make a trade. I actually don't think they are. I just think they should, and that all common sense signs point toward them making a trade. Or at least, like, nothing, if they make a trade, and it's always been Markkanen as the guy that we've all discussed, it's not going to be that. The Jazz are keeping Markkanen, I think. But I think I have been derelict, and Bill reminded me of this with this pod last week, in discussing sort of sub-Markkanen deals for them. He mentioned Michael Porter Jr., because clearly they need shooting. And that's sort of reason number one why they are an interesting trade team to me. They just, like, the Sar Thompson question of, like, can we close games?
Sorry.
Can
Just
we even play for a single
bug.
minute Asar Thompson plus Javonte Green plus one of our centers, or is the spacing just not good enough? They have Jaden Ivey seems like a lost soul there now, who might have some appeal as sort of a second chance lottery pick guy. He's losing minutes to Dennis Jenkins. Marcus Sasser has come back and shot the hell out of it. Just feels like it's not going to happen, at least this year. And this year, for me, despite the fact that they're still young, Duran is 21 years old. Cade is still very young in his career. On and on and on. Asar Thompson is very young in his career, missed a lot of last season. Despite the fact that they have won 0 playoff series, I just think this conference is so open, and this team is the second best defensive team in the league. They're rebound like all hell. They're tough as hell to play against. I think they should be going for it. And this is just me talking. Like, if I can get Trey Murphy III for Tobias Harris and some first-round picks, maybe 3 first-round picks in a swap, and Ivy, I'm thinking really hard about doing that. The 3 picks is a lot. Fine, they're my picks. I got to use them at some point. The rubber could meet the road with Asar Thompson and Isaiah Stewart, because I can see, particularly if it's New Orleans, given Troy Weaver was in Detroit and drafted a couple of those guys, I could see one of those guys being asked for. I'm not trading Asar Thompson. I just think, like, if you told me in a year Asar Thompson's better than Trey Murphy III, I wouldn't be surprised. The potential is too high. Isaiah Stewart's a tough one. It's a tough one. I just think this team should do something. I think they need to do something. They're number 2 on my list, so clearly I think they could make the finals as is. That's more about the East than it is about them. I just have too many questions about their offense right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I think they would think really hard about not doing that trade. They really value Tobias Harris as like a veteran in the locker room and like a show guy stuff. If they're gonna trade him, I think what you're saying though is probably the way they're gonna do it. Like, I don't think they're gonna make some sort of move that doesn't contribute well to their future beyond stuff. I don't think they're thinking short term really at all there. And I think in the long run right now they kind of want to see what they have.
And I also think a gargantuan salary for more than a year or two is a problem for them, because they're gonna have to pay Duran, and I think they want to pay Duran, given how he's played. I'd like an offensive upgrade who can sustain on defense maybe a little bit more than Duncan Robinson can in a high-level playoff series.
Yeah, I think they also want to see what they have in terms of paying these guys, right? Because Duran is up after this year. They were so far apart in contract negotiations this summer that, like, there weren't even really contract negotiations. And then Asar Thompson, you're going to have to pay some amount to, because he's a really good player, and you kind of have to see, like, Okay, so a couple games ago against Miami, Tobias Harris is out, and they start a lineup they've been using a pretty good amount this year, and it's been pretty good with Isaiah Stewart at the 4 next to Duran, and they have Asar out there.
Defense Player of the Month, Isaiah Stewart, by the way. Put some respect on his name.
That dude can guard. That dude can guard. Isaiah Stewart allowing 42% shooting on dunks and layups when he's the closest defender. Crazy. By far the number one, shot deterrer or whatever we're gonna call it in the league, and he was number one in that stat last year. Like he leads the league like by a mile in that. He's been awesome. He's been blocking more shots this year. Like kind of like Isaiah Stewart is like a sneaky 6th man of the year candidate, even though nobody thinks he fits that mold. Like if 6th man of the year is somebody who just comes in and just fucks shit up in every way possible.
Be right back.
Helps you win basketball games.
Yeah, like he's just good. He's just really good. But that lineup is like, okay, Duran doesn't shoot threes. Added low mid-range jumper. That's nice. Doesn't shoot threes. Isaiah Stewart has been shooting them more and shooting them better this year, but he's not good enough to where teams guard him when he's actually on the perimeter. He doesn't help as a spacer in that sense, even though he helps as a shooter. Asar, not a shooter. Cade, that's the weak point in his game. Like you're playing with a bunch of guys that just aren't shooters. And the spacing, I think, is a concern in a playoff series. I think if we're talking about a playoff series, the reason why I have them behind the Knicks, even though I think they've been kind of better than the Knicks this year, I'm concerned about the Knicks defense. Like
They've not been kind of better. They've been better. They're 26-9. They have the second best net rating in the East behind Boston. They're ninth in offense and second in defense. They have been flat out better than the Knicks.
Yeah, and the reason why I have them behind the Knicks, I'm sure there are going to be Detroit fans or Detroit people who disagree with me, which is fine. It's justifiable. But the reason why I have them behind is number one, the shooting, which I think that those kinds of flaws in a playoff series, those kinds of flaws really tend to show up, and those warts get really, really, really painful in a playoff series. And number two, the Thunder just won a title as a really young team, but like to me, they're the exception, and experience matters. They played the Knicks really close in a playoff series last year. If the ball doesn't go through Malik Beasley's hands, if there isn't a terrible call made on what should have been a foul on Josh Hart at the end of Game 4, like the Pistons might win that series. They played a ridiculously close series and physical series against the Knicks last year, and I think that shaped them a lot. But they're a crazy physical team. The defense is totally real. The tandem that they have with Duran and Stewart is great. Cade has been, an MVP ballot candidate, and Duran is, I don't know, I have to think about it more before I say he is the leader for MIP, but he's certainly right up there. Like his game is totally different than it was. I think people discussed him as this awesome rim diving center when he first came in, but the reality is now he's like, he'll rush the ball up in transition. He's hitting that little midi. He's making passes to the corners out of the short roll and even out of the post. He's scoring around the hoop. And his pick and roll defense, like teams used to run. I talked to him about this recently for a story I'm working on that isn't out yet. But when he first came into the league, like the MO on the Pistons was like, all right, let's bring Jalen Duran into space. Let's just pick on Jalen Duran. And I was talking to him about it. I was like, how did you react to that? He was like, it's the only time in my life to that point I had ever been picked on. Like, Jalen Duran's this massive dude. He was like, I'd never been picked on before, and it sucked to have to deal with that kind of stuff. He's made himself into a much better pick and roll defender in space, team defender, rim protector, just a way better player, and he is going to make, I don't know what he's going to get this summer. He's going to make a lot of money. He's going to make a ton of money.
Well, I've been a big Jalen Duran fan for a long time. I'm not surprised. He's awesome. Ron Holland, another guy that we mentioned. We did not mention is a non-shooter. Look, they make up for their lack of shooting with physicality, toughness, rebounding, cutting, IQ, all the stuff that translates to the playoffs, all the stuff that translated to that series against the Knicks, which proves something to themselves and proves something to me as an observer. Like, there's something legit in the heartbeat of this team and about how they play that is problematic for the Knicks. And you mentioned that foul on Tim Hardaway, non-foul on Tim Hardaway Jr.'s corner three. I just don't think their offense is good enough. Their spacing is good enough for me to pick them to win 3 playoff series. But in this conference, they could. This is the last thing I'm going to say about the Pistons. I'm going to predict it today. This is based on no intel. In fact, most of the intel is that they're going to be cautious at the trade deadline, as you said, for lots of different reasons. I think they're making a trade. I think they're making a consolidation win-now trade. I don't think it's going to be big. I don't think it's necessarily going to be big. It may not even be Trey Murphy the third big. It may be something smaller than that. I don't think this roster is going to look exactly the same after the trade deadline. And I don't think it's going to be like a little salary dump or this like just a tiny little trade. I think there's just they have a lot of guys who can play, and I think there's got to be a 3-for-1 kind of trade that helps them. And I would be more aggressive than Trajan Langdon probably will be. And Trajan Langdon is smarter about me than basketball by leaps and bounds, so I would defer to him. I think this conference is there for the taking, and that they can take it with one, even like decent trade. And it's there for the taking because the number one team on our list is the New York Knicks, and they at this point, with the defense that has fallen to 16, they are here now by default for me. They are here because someone has to be. They are here because they were my pick to make the finals, and I'm going to stick with it. Their offense is 1,000% legit. They're fourth in offense. I think they're probably even better than that. They've been a little banged up lately. Kolek has cemented himself as a real bench guy. Yabu's looking a little better. I don't know if I believe it. McCullough's giving them good minutes. Like, they're getting enough stuff off the bench. McBride just makes every shot. They've got a lot of tools in their toolbox. They don't have a lot of trade flexibility because they're like at 50 cents under the second apron or something like that. But I have faith in their offense. I have faith in their toughness. And I have faith in their defense to be just good enough when Hart and Anunoby and Robinson are all healthy. And the coaching staff really decides how are we going to scheme Karl Anthony Towns out of pain on defense, because what you're concerned about and what I'm concerned about is the teams that see him in drop defense and have guards and are just like, go, because he ain't stopping you, and then they're going to scrunch in from everywhere else, and stuff's going to open up for us. And it's a concern. We all know that the Brunson-Cat bookends of the defense is a concern. There's only so many ways around it. I do think the coaching staff probably has some cards in their pocket that they haven't played much of this season, and that when they're healthy, there's just enough between Bridges, Hart, and Anunoby Robinson, just enough to get by. But I feel less good about the Knicks as my finals pick today than I did 2 weeks ago, a month ago. But I got to pick someone, and I'm picking the Knicks.
Me too. I'm concerned about more than just Cat when it comes to the defense, to be honest. I mean, I don't think their point of attack defense has been good at all. And I think it's a real problem.
Well, they're small, right? They're small. Brunson's small, Kolek's small, McBride is small. Like, those guys all fight to varying degrees, but they're small.
Yeah, 100%. And the problem is when you have Brunson out there is, and along with Cat, obviously, and you kind of have those 2 weak points defensively, I mean, your offense is going to be ridiculous. But Bridges has had to spend a lot of time as a point of attack defender, and he's been great off the ball this year. I think he's regressed a little bit throughout the season as a point of attack guy, guarding like his screen navigation. And has kind of regressed to where it was at last year in terms of the physicality on those sorts of plays. Zach, you want to hear a crazy stat?
Sure. I love stats.
There are 2 teams in the NBA. So normally, defensively, when you scheme things out, you're going to be like, okay, you got to pick one. You either want to take away shots at the rim or you want to take away threes. It's pretty damn rare you're going to take away both. And it's pretty damn rare you are going to give up both. There are 2 teams in the NBA who are bottom 10 in the league in rim frequency and three-point frequency.
Can I guess the other one? It's the Knicks
I
and
knew
somebody
you were
else.
gonna say.
I want to guess the other one. I want to take a shot at guessing the other one. So I allow a lot of shots at the rim, and I allow a lot of threes.
Yeah.
My first instinct was Charlotte, but as I recall, their shot location data is pretty good. The execution is not so good. Oh boy. I'm going to go the Kings. I'm just going to default to the Kings.
That's probably who I would have guessed too. It's the Pelicans.
Okay. Yeah. Bottom of the standings.
Kind of the same thing. That's not a group you want to be in. The Knicks are giving up tons of threes. They're giving up tons of shots at the rim. And I'm wondering, like, how do they fix that? Because they have to fix that. You can't be bad at both of those things. And part of it is like, okay, Josh Hart's been hurt lately, and when Josh Hart plays, the starting lineup's been good out there, and he's such an unbelievably important glue guy for them in every single way, and he's been shooting well this year, which has just been, he's had a great year. I think probably an even better year than he did last year. He's been awesome for them, and I think he'll be back in, week, 2 weeks, something like that. It's my read on it.
Hope so.
Maybe the answer is you play McBride more with the starters, because McBride is kind of your best point of attack defender against smalls. But if that's the case, you're making
lose expense, right?
Exactly. You're making the starting lineup smaller. If you get rid of, say, Hart, your rebounding is getting worse, and that's a huge part of your identity. And on top of that, like, the McBride with the starters lineup has not been amazing for them. And you kind of have to figure that part out. The other part of it is that we keep saying, like, the Knicks have to have Mitchell Robinson at full health. When they have Mitchell Robinson at full health, then, like, they're a different animal. When they don't, they're not the same. Mitchell Robinson hasn't been at full health. I mean, the rebounding is otherworldly. It's gonna be per minute, like, he's pacing to have the best offensive rebounding season of all time. I was looking at it a few days ago, and he's averaging 12 offensive rebounds per 100 possessions, which means he's out-rebounding 22 teams? Like, it's insane the way he's able to shake up a game there, but defensively, it's not that he's been bad. He has not been bad. But when Mitchell Robinson's at his best, like when he was in the playoff run last year, he's an all-defense caliber sort of guy. He's a really good defender. He's a good rim protector. He's a great anchor. He's got great instincts. Everybody saw that incredible play against Boston in the playoffs last year where he literally guarded all 5 guys on one possession and then ended it in a block where he took the ball away from Jaylen Brown at the end. Like, he's just got talent and instincts just all over the place. And that kind of play has not necessarily been there. He's been in and out of the lineup. They say it's load management. He's been dealing with ankle stuff. Like, they gotta have Mitchell Robinson healthy, and we haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen, like, true, just A+ defense, A+ rebounding Mitchell Robinson so far this year, and that's a weapon they need. Like, the Robinson cat lineups haven't been great,
No,
and I thought they would be, but they haven't.
I did too. I actually liked Mike Brown trying to start it at the beginning of the season, and then credit Mike Brown for being like, you know what, we need Josh Hart. Josh Hart's going to start. Look, someone's got to win the East, and we'll see. Maybe there's a sneaky trade they can make despite their lack of financial flexibility. I don't know what that would look like. We get Knicks Pistons tonight, Bulls Celtics, and Hawks Raptors relevant to this discussion. What would be the most hilarious outcome would be the Pistons beating the Knicks by like 30 on a back-to-back, and Pistons fans being like, see, we should have been number 1. The Bulls beating the Celtics, and Vooch going off for 55 points and 20 rebounds. And the Hawks beating the Raptors on the road with Trae Young, like, blocking a shot from Scotty Barnes at the buzzer to clinch the game if he plays. And then on Wednesday, we get the Bucks don't play again until Wednesday, I don't think. They go at the Warriors. The schedule's about to get pretty hard for the Bucks. They've had one of the easiest schedules in the league. They are going to catch a break, though. They have both their Denver games in the next couple of weeks when Jokic is going to be hurt. So we'll see what life looks like in the East in a couple of weeks. Fred Katz of The Athletic must read every time he writes. Katz and Shoot podcast on Patreon, produced by Mets fan Andrew Claudio. No wonder it's good, despite the host being a Yankees fan. Fred Katz, you're the man.
You're the best. Thank you, Zach.
All right, that's it for today's Zach Lowe Show. We'll be back later in the week, probably on Thursday, as usual, with another episode. Thanks to Mike, Billy, and Jonathan on production. Thanks to the great Fred Katz for his time. Read all his stuff at The Athletic. Thanks to you all for listening to and or watching the Zach Lowe Show. Have a great day. Must be 21 or over in President Select States for Kansas in affiliation with Kansas Star Casino, or 18 and over in President in D.C., Kentucky, or Wyoming. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit rg-help.com.
Spurs, surprisingly ahead of schedule, Bill. I love the guards, though. I thought this was going to be a Wemby team. I was talking to somebody today. Even without Wemby, the Spurs have one of the best young cores in the league, and that's been my favorite story. I love to watch them more than anything. I just love that team.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It's funny, we were always surprised when somebody is ahead of schedule, but ahead of schedule happens over and over again in the history of the NBA.
Yeah,
we
you've been
saw
good
it just
about
happened with OKC. Yeah, it's always like you're always better betting on a year and a half, 2 years ahead versus an older team like the Clippers this year or something, or the ones that are the dangerous ones.
One of my students told me one time, it's like, athletes are more famous in their lives past their primes. And so I think we overrate these older guys as we get to know them. But yeah, it's a young man's game, like I always say.
Except for Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, who are somehow both 37 years old and still cranking it. All right, power poll. We're going 30-1, and we're going to be able to hit a bunch of stuff. So I sent you my list. This is not both of our lists. I just sent you. This is my power poll. We're going through it. First group, the Dregs. Indiana is now 6-30 with no signs of life, and I think they basically have locked down. They're going to be the worst team in the league. I think they're fine with it. They'll start shelving guys, scratching guys, and what that does is that locks down a top 4 pick, which is important because we have Peterson and Boozer and Devanza, and then I think Caleb Wilson. Even if you get 4 and you end up with Caleb Wilson, it's like fine. That guy might be a multiple-time All-NBA guy. So I think this is one of the weirdest situations in the history of the league, where you have a team that was on the cusp of winning a championship and becoming the ultimate sports movie story, and then in the blink of an eye, it's over. Their best player's gone for a year, and now they have a chance to get basically a franchise guy for the next 15 years and be back running in the air. I don't remember anything like that before.
No, the best comp I have is a very different situation, but it's the Bulls post-Jordan when Tim Floyd came in, and it was just, they went from very, very apex of the league to the bottom. But yeah, they're 6-30. I heard Zach Lowe saying yesterday, I didn't think they'd be this bad. I agree with that. They still have so many good players. They have a good coach. 6-30 though, Bill. That's surprising. They're taking the opposite approach as your team. They're obviously just going to get a draft pick and come back at full strength next year. I like that as an executive, and I think they'll be a force to be reckoned with next year. This is just a gap year.
I don't think they had a choice because the way it worked out, where they just had injuries coming out of the gate even before the season started, and they were just behind the 8 ball. And they also don't have anybody as good as Jaylen Brown on the Pacers. I mean,
100%.
if you have a top 6, top 7 guy, which is the way Jalen's been playing, it's a lot easier to win games. All right, so they're 30. Sacramento, I have a 29. They're 8-28. They're last in net rating now, 11.5. I don't remember if I've talked about them on a pod. We killed them before the season when House and Zach and I did the over-under pod. And Zach got as gamey as he's ever gotten, I think, just completely eviscerating a team. I don't understand anything this team is doing. Like, the Westbrook thing to me is the goofiest subplot of the season, where you're paying Malik Monk $18 million a year. You're burying him. He's playing either 0 minutes a game, 6 minutes a game. You went and got Schroeder over the summer to be your point guard. You gave up on him basically when the season started, and then you get Russ as an expiring. It's not like he's helping them win games. They're terrible. All they should be doing is trying to build up the trade value of Schroeder, Monk, some of their other dudes. I don't know what they're doing, Kurt.
It is especially sad, Bill, when you look at it in the context. I was at the NBA Cup final and watching the Knicks and the Spurs, and you're seeing Harrison Barnes and Mike Brown out there. You're seeing, De'Aaron Fox out there.
Yeah.
We just talked about Halliburton. It's especially sad when you think about where they were just a few years ago and how they're back to being the Kings.
Yeah. Well, you also have the Sabonis trade now looming, but you gave him this pretty pricey extension in a league where everybody's afraid to trade for a contract that's $35 million and out. So I think it's gonna be a little harder to get rid of him than maybe they think. They do have a good rookie center that I think could take some of his spots. But this is, I just can't believe this is probably the worst shape they've been in.
I don't know about that.
Well, I think it is though. They have, who is their best asset? Sabonis?
Murray or Sabonis.
Is Murray even on a Final Four team? Is he even starting?
No, he's not starting. That's for sure.
No,
but
he's like a ninth man. How many minutes would he play for the Celtics? Would he play over Sam Hauser? I don't even know.
no, I would just push back because they have such an illustrious history at being at the bottom of this league. Like they've been in some bad eras, but
Well,
man,
I'm talking about the Vivek era. But yeah,
Yeah,
they had Fox and they had Bagley back to back. They were 5-2 in those drafts, and it was not awesome back then either. But I think this is worse though because they're actually paying a real roster. They're in one of the aprons. they turned Fox into I don't even really know what they got. And Fox, by the way, everybody's watching him this year, and the Spurs going, "Oh, Fox is good." It's like, yeah,
he's been good.
Fox was good. He was in the All NBA conversation for a couple years. All right, so they're 29. The Bill Simmons podcast is presented by FanDuel. FanDuel's got it all. Same game parlays, quick bets for jumping in live. They have Your Way. Go check out Your Way. You can build the bet that fits your play, your way. Plus, don't miss out on the NFL playoffs, one of my favorite times of the year, all month long. Download the FanDuel app or head to FanDuel.com/BS to get started. Get ready for the playoffs. Let's go. Must be 21 plus, present in select states, 18 plus in D.C., Kentucky, and Wyoming. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit rg-help.com. Call 888-789-777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. Washington's 28. They're 9-25. Normally, I wouldn't want to talk about them. It's just a weird team where they just got a bunch of assets they liked. Didn't really know what they were doing with them, but they don't really care. Threw some people together. They have some bets. And then our buddy Mark Stein starts the ball rolling on a Trae Young conversation with them, which they have McCollum's expiring contract and Chris Middleton's expiring contract. I actually tried to figure out what the trade would be, and I had some trouble. Even as the Picasso of the trade machine, trying to figure out how the contracts go back and forth, because it's like $63 million for McCollum and Middleton. Trae's making 45, so there's other stuff. So I'm sure there's a way to work it out. Do you like the idea of Washington buying low on Trae Young for this year and probably next year, because I don't see him opting out of his deal?
I do. I actually think there's some bright spots in Washington with George and Sarr. If they can keep those guys and get Trae Young, I mean, what else do they have to look forward to? They have a terrible net rating. They have trouble selling tickets. I think you gotta look at them as one of the more attractive potential suitors for Trae Young. So I actually like it. I know that our friend Joe House texted us last night and said, please don't pour any gas on that fire. I'm sorry, House. I think it actually kind of makes sense, Bill.
I told House went on the Ringer gambling show yesterday and picked the Chargers, not just 3.5 in New England, but he picked them money line. Said they were going to go to New England and win. And 3 hours later, Trae Young to the Wizards emerged. And I was like, this is how God works, House.
All right, we're back at it. I think I'm going to play some Dota. We'll continue to play this. And then, oh shit. Uh-oh. Did I lose? There we go. just had to answer a message.
How dare you go against your buddy of 37 years and take the Chargers? Now you have to watch Trae Young. It's weird because on the one hand, he's a distressed asset. It's like getting a distressed asset. On the other hand, I'm not sure he's an asset because this league is so good. Everybody's so good offensively now. We have multiple teams in the 120s. So
Yeah.
it's not like being a good offensive player is as much of his advantage as it used to be. It's a league where Denny Avdia is averaging 25, 7, and 7.
Yeah.
So when you throw in his defensive deficiencies and the fact that nobody seems to like playing with him, I don't really know what you're getting. But if I'm Washington and I have this goofy team of basically shooting guards that bring the ball up and, maybe?
Yeah. Well, I think you're exactly right. The market for the NBA is so much smarter now than it was when we used to love players like Trae Young. You look at these stats, you look at his offensive numbers, but we're so much smarter at evaluating defense. And the market for anybody who is so sort of negative on that end of the court it's just more efficient now.
Right.
And I think that's a big part of it. But I think the play is you get him now, and then maybe you get him at a lower number and keep him happy in Washington. I certainly wouldn't want them to get him and then extend him at the max. That would be a bad move for Joe House's Washington Wizards.
If they did that, that's almost like you have to divorce your team. I don't even know if Vivek Ranadive would do that. By the way, the Kings said they're out. They're not interested. When the Kings aren't interested, that's usually a bad sign. I don't mind it buying low for them and seeing what's there. We've seen them succeed in the playoffs.
Right.
I was thinking about, there are guys in history, and this isn't just in basketball, but it's for football too, that have dined off some result that if you go back and you study the result, maybe the result was a little more dubious and you're dining on that, but maybe it shouldn't happen. And Trae, you'd be like, well, he made the Eastern Conference Finals. He led the Hawks. It's like,
Right.
well, that is true. Let's go back and look. Let's see what the league was that year. The conference was weak. And in the second round, they had this, once in a decade event of Ben Simmons, his career ending during a playoff series. Like, he literally lost his confidence in real time, and the team cratered. And the Hawks, if you go back and you look at all those games, there were crazy comebacks, and the Sixers just fall apart. And if that doesn't happen and Philly just wins that series, we're not having. There's no case for Trae Young.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I also think it's worth bringing up that the man who drafted Trae Young in Atlanta and postured them to get in the position to get Trae Young in the first place, Travis Schlenk, is now one of the leaders of the front office in Washington.
Oh, a Travis redemption.
Travis Schlenk. And we've seen that in every sport. Like these guys, once you build a relationship like that, you'll see them bring them home. So I think the shoe fits Bill Simmons.
Okay. Well, I like for Atlanta. I still have not given up on Atlanta. They'll be coming up later in the power poll, but I like flipping Trae into CJ. If you don't really have to give up anything else other than contracts going back and
Right.
forth, I don't mind that because I actually think they kind of need somebody like CJ in the team. The problem with Trae, and CJ's not a good defender either, but maybe it's just the kind of mix that they need. New Orleans 27. They were looking frisky, and now they've lost 7 straight, and yet they're on their pick. We've talked about that a million times. Brooklyn 26. They're 11 and 22. I went under on them as one of my locks in the over-under pot. I think their over-under was like 19.
Yeah.
And I didn't think they wanted to be good, and I still don't think they want to be good. But Michael Porter Jr. has kind of flipped this and ruined it, and has had this unbelievable breakout season where this is where I talked about last week with Mahoney about do they need like the breakthrough player award to add to most improved. You can't really necessarily give Michael Porter most improved because he's just getting way more shots.
Yeah.
And I've always had that theory about good stats, bad teams. How many guys, talked about this many times in the pod, how many guys in the league could score 20 points if they just won on a bad team? How many guys could score 25? Maybe that's a little of that. On the other hand, I've watched him like go toe to toe with excellent players and carry his team against better teams. He did it to the Celtics. He killed the Celtics in Boston. And I do wonder, could he save a couple seasons here or elevate a couple teams? But more importantly, Kirk, if you're in Brooklyn, you have to trade him like this week. You're passing the point of like, you're not going to be able to be in the top 4 if you don't get rid of him now, if that's your goal. It might not be your goal. But if they want to be a bottom 4 team, they have to trade him this week. He's making the team too good.
Yeah, they need more of those Cam Thomas shots and fewer of these MPJ shots. Yeah, MPJ is like one of the more talented pure shooters in the NBA. He works out a lot with Stephen Curry and his trainer Brandon Payne. I remember Brandon told me one time, like, you wouldn't believe the number of times that MPJ beat Stephen Curry in shooting drills and shooting games. He is super talented. And, you know, he had the back issue coming out of college, which dropped him in the stock. But this guy has been one of the most talented players in basketball in a long time. I like him. I agree with you. My only note on Brooklyn, like the way they're playing, I would swap them out of this dregs category you gave me and put them above Utah. I like...
So you put them in the next category called the young and the frisky? I just assumed they're going to trade Porter. I wanted to keep them in the dregs because I thought they were just going to trade Porter. But if you're right, if they don't, they're in the young and the frisky.
Yeah, I think I like them, and they're shown flashes of being a very good defense through stretches of the season. That young group coming together, they have the chance, Bill, and I'm not sure this is the route they're going to take, but they have the chance to get better as the season goes on.
I think there's more good coaches right now than we've ever had. And, you know, the Nets coach is a good example. The Suns coach,
Right,
who I think him and Missoula are in the running for coach of the year. But it just seems like there's more smart people running teams versus the old days where it was like some ex-player who had already coached 3 other teams. We had a lot of those guys. We don't have as many of those guys. Apologies to Doug Christie.
No, I agree with one crossover NFL take. I think one of the reasons, like the Jacksonville coach or the Bears coach, we saw in that sport this year, just how important coaching can be for a team and the Bears.
Specialists too. People who are really good at one side of their offense or defense.
Jeez, he got injured again.
This is going to be a tough one to bring home. Marketing up the baseline, tie game. Tackle there with AD, look at his left hands. Something's not right with AD in his hands.
It was his left hand.
Utah goes in front with 2:08 remaining. Here's that first drive scored by Markin a moment ago, and where it happens.
It's not caught maybe in the jersey or...
And assistant athletic trainer John Isham looking at it right now. Lead athletic trainer Shanna Austin also looking in as well. .109-107 with 2:08 left. Walking to the back right now. Anthony Davis.
That's not good.
In the play.
Ooh. Yeah. Finger across the jersey. That's what it looks like.
That is not good. Let's see. Some World Guild offense. Rakan. Chow. Yeah, I can play with Chow. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go. Chow. Annabelle. And we'll go one other water unit. Excuse me. We already have immunity. We can go with Amber. Dot team. What are we up against? Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose we can go with Amber. Let's try this. Hopefully this doesn't wipe. Oh, did I lose? Wow, that Yennefer's pretty freaking strong. She didn't die from... She's got like 40... Not that my chow's like super strong, but she did get hit for seemingly like 40k. Maybe like 30k so far, so she's probably got like 40. Man, this guy's taking so many turns. It's crazy. If my chow goes down, it's over. I don't think I can win. Yeah. That's bad. But they have no healing on their team, so just depends if I can whittle them down before I die. But the silence here is killing me. And not that my Annabelle is greatly ruined. I didn't make some... Yeah, she's dead. Jesus. My teams need to be reworked. Yeah, this is a huge story. Really unfortunate turn of events. Who knows who's right or wrong in this particular case, but if you guys didn't know, ICE was in Minneapolis doing their ICE raids, deporting people, and there was this woman, Renee, that you see here. She was shot to death by an ICE agent. Allegedly, one side is saying that she didn't do anything wrong. She was like, you know, she wasn't causing any harm. She was trying to basically get away from the scene. So if you guys saw the actual video footage of it, she has her car, her SUV, parked in kind of like the middle of the street, and I think she's like yelling at the ICE agents or whatever. And then they approach her pretty aggressively, trying to open the door, I guess, to arrest her or whatever. She locks the door, or the door's already locked, and then she tries to drive away. And then supposedly the ICE agent had already drawn his weapon, and he said that she tried to run him over, so he opened fire and shot her 3 times, and obviously she's dead now. She's a mother of 3. But it's pretty messed up based on the video that I saw, at least the angle that I saw it from, which is probably the main video that most people saw. It didn't look like she was threatening his life. Like she wasn't. Her car was like, how do I explain this? Okay, so her car was like, OBS. So the street's going this way, right? So it's going horizontal. Her car is vertical. It's like in the middle of the street like this. And the ICE agents are approaching her, or kind of diagonally like this, but mostly vertical. The ICE agents are approaching her like this. They try to open the door. She doesn't let them open the door. It's locked. And then she speeds away. But it is a pedestrian street, like a residential street. So it's not like a highway where you can just speed away. You have major clearance. She's like going like this, right? She's going like this. She's speeding away, and not speeding that much. I mean, like maybe 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers an hour. Like it's nothing crazy. And then she basically, they open fire on her and they claim that it's in self-defense because she was trying to run them over. And I just using my own two eyes, like I just, obviously I was not there, so I can't say for certain what happened. It just didn't look like she was accelerating at the speeds that would be quote unquote lethal, right? Like I think she was scared trying to get away, based on the approach that was happening. But again, like I was not present at the scene, obviously. So I just wonder, like, if any escalation would ever warrant lethal and deadly force in a circumstance like that. I don't know, you know. They have rules of engagement about these things of use of deadly force, but I don't know if this situation constitutes any of that, or most situations really would constitute any of this kind of reaction. So it's a super horrible thing. I pray for her kids, her you know, she's got 3 little ones, and it's a real horrible situation. Yeah, really is. So my thoughts and prayers are with them. Yeah. Just gonna leave this. Hold on. Collect this. Try to pass this level here. Okay, let's do this. No. Oh, this guy has crap runes. Okay, no, I can't use the strategy. We'll try this one. I don't even know if this will work, and we'll go. Sure, let's try this. I'll be right back. Just gonna go to the restroom. I'm back, guys. Sorry. Oh damn, I got destroyed. Let's see. What team can I pick that might be able to do this? Maybe this? Okay, that seemed to work. That's good. Good start. Just gonna turn off my TV. And queue up a game of Dota. Oh jeez. Getting rocked. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, this is the fight set. That's not the one I need. This is the fight set. This is the Swift set. Okay. So I think we need to eliminate the revive guys first. So we'll auto attack these. Back. Okay, I'll turn off. Let me go to OBS. And let me turn off browser so you guys can see Dota 2. Okay, let's play some Dota. Let's get back to the grind. Oh, that was quick. Having a hard time getting through this stage. Let's look at how to Summer's War, how to counter Blue Robo. Jesus.
Hey guys, this is Juno and welcome back to another Summoners War video. Today we have a Siege video where I'm going to be talking about the counter for the Conrad Robo Kinky defense.
Hey, it's your turn to pick now.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough game. He picked IO mid, which I'm assuming he practices, but even then, it's not exactly a favorable pick for us, so we'll see. It's okay, we'll try anyways. We'll go with this team, and then we'll go with my units, the yellow demon that doesn't let anyone respawn. We'll see what happens. Okay, let's play. So I'm playing Ogre. He's playing Axe, so that's why I didn't want to pick Dazzle, who's kind of my go-to for grinding. Ogre's pretty tanky. He has high regen, or used to have high regen. Not as high as before, but still, like, 4.4 is a lot. Just for your reference, I think tangos are 7, so it's like 60% of a tango every second. Like at level 1, right? So yeah, he is super tanky. He's really good at denying because he has 73 last hit damage. So I can get rid of Battle Hunger if I'm playing well. But the lane's likely going to be Axe Vino or Axe Punch. Yeah, so double melee. So I have to be careful about not getting 2-on-1 especially level 1, really what I want to do is deny as much experience from the enemy as possible to get as much experience for myself, right? And get a level advantage so we're level 2, level 1. And then because I have this facet called learning curve, I basically get 3 points at level 2, and that continues on for the rest of the game. So I'm always kind of like, quote unquote, a talent ahead of everyone else. That's why you have this big level 2 spike where you can just go ham on people, right? Like you can just straight up go in their face and, yeah, fight them. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, it's a terrible start to the game. And they probably picked this one. Oh, okay. I stand corrected. We got one at least. Better than nothing. So we will go see Pudge. Okay, there's one sentry. Oh, it's Vino. Okay. So let's go see if we can unblock this camp here just to make sure there's nothing. Hopefully there's nothing. Okay, and then we'll body block this one. So I'll just go like this. Oh. Okay. Just gonna take some harassment. Probably took a lot more than I needed to, but I did block the camp. He body blocked it as well, so that's not great. So I'm not playing the best, I'm not gonna lie. But I am absorbing a lot of attention. There we go. Got rid of battle hunger. And then at level 2, we can essentially go on Vino. Yeah, we can go on Vino. Did he put a sentry? Yeah, he did. Okay. So this spawned, which is good. Okay, I gotta go back. That's my mistake. I really shouldn't have played that aggressive until I got to level 2. Really, that's not good. Yeah. So he unblocked it, not on time, so that's good for us. Push ahead for the Lotus. I will pull this. Okay, we got 1 creep. Better than 0 creeps, I suppose. That's ownage. Excuse me. They block their own camp, seemingly, which is great for us, because I don't have to waste anything on here. So I'll pull this. Let's pull the half camp. Yep. There we go. This is a shitty camp. It won't eliminate everything, but it's better than nothing. I could have played it. I could have TP'd out right away because they didn't have a stun. But my Klink's got an entire wave for that, so I don't know. Maybe this is good, maybe this is bad. I'm gonna buy another grenade, see if I can get a kill here. I should have bloodlusted myself. That was bad. Yeah, this dude needs to play. So I'm gonna bloodlust him. I'm gonna pull next camp. I bought the Ring of Bassi first just because it's a good team item. Like, it'll help Klink since he's not good at getting mana. And, okay, I am 1-3, so I'm missing out on a lot of EXP moments within this game, which is not good, but I guess the good thing is, let me buy more of this. Like, we just got a double, so they got no experience, and then I died. Like, we killed Axe before he killed me, so that's good. Klink's is 6, so he's pretty much lane like independent now. I'm just gonna put an ops here. And then there's the... I'm gonna go back him up for the whiz. That was bad. He should have been faster on that. Okay. Good. That's a missed kill. I wish my team was paying attention.
Let's talk about your town power.
Imploring you try to bloodlust the tower to save it from as much damage as possible. I'm getting a little bit toxic here because this offlane is terrible. Like you can clearly tell just based on their levels, they got so outplayed by this drow fucking punch combo. Okay, Pudge is mid, so I don't have to fear hooks. Just trying to get rid of this shit for extra gold. Pudge might be here soon, so I gotta be careful. I'm dead. Oh, what a complete fucking waste. We rotated bot to just defeat them more. Vino got the ulti off, that's why he did so much fucking damage, but... Nyx is a weak laner, I get it. Like, there's limited things that you can do, but you can, like, mana drain a creep to get ahead. Like, you can, like, this skill right here basically one-shots creeps, as far as I know. Or used to, anyways. Deals additional damage as a percentage of damage to targets that was taken Nyx assassin in the last 15 seconds. Damage you go in it. Resets accumulated before damage. This is your finishing move. This way, Carapace uses a lot neutral of the... Then again, you could use it. Yeah, I don't know if it still does, but it used to one-shot creeps, and, like, it was just a pretty good farming tool. Just like Hook. He's fucking dead, man. Bro, do your fucking job, man. They smoked. for this. Okay, saving up for the Midas. I'm actually gonna go farm some stuff. Fuck. Okay, let's try this again. Good. Bloodlust is a huge reason why you would pick Ogre. It just, if you look at it, bonus move speed 12%, attack speed's 80. I think a Hyperstone gives you, or Moon Shard. How much does a Moon Shard give you? 120, and that's a 4,000 gold item. Let's see here. 140. So it's like 60% of that, which is crazy on a smell. And then you can get stuff to improve it, right? Plus 35 Bloodlust attack speed at 19, which is huge. Yeah, there's things that you can do. It just helps your course scale like crazy, especially someone like Clinks that's relying on some excessive burst action, basically to own people. Are we gonna do this restores, or should we do chip vests? I feel like GPM matters. Okay, we'll do this. Okay. And then we'll go minus some creeps. Nice money. We'll go Aether Lens. So things that are gonna matter this game is blocking physical. For Drow and Sniper, obviously. But also magical. Okay. The beauty of this is Ignite does so much damage that I can almost farm creeps with limited HP while kiting, like this. I can stun the shit out of this creep. And then I'll go heal. Realistically, I should probably go pipe. But I think I need lens. Actually, solar is an amazing item this game too, so I think I'll go solar first actually. Let's see, does anyone else have solar in my team? Just a quick glance, nope. Yeah, it gives move speed, it gives mana, it gives like everything that you want pretty much. I really should help them participate in fights though, that's my bad. Okay, he died. That sucks. When's Vendetta up? 42 seconds. The nice thing is they made the change to the Midas where you can actually store charges, so you don't need to actually have it in your inventory, which is really cool. I don't know why my team is so scared. It's 2-on-5. We're all around them. You don't have Axe like Blink there. Really quite silly. Yeah, Jesus, be more fucking aggressive, man. Come on. You don't need to be so, like, oh, we're scared of everything that they throw at us. Silly. Okay, now we ward up their triangle, or attempt to anyways. It's gonna be hard, because they always just deward this area. So, look, I'm pretty rich. Got a lot of shit, which is great. Too far. Oh, they still got it because Clinks did so much damage. That guy overestimated his damage. I knew he wouldn't be able to kill him. The sniper's level 18. He got close, but there was still, 20% HP there. He needs us, basically, to help him. Or else it won't work. Yeah, we're giving away pretty much our entire advantage now. He'll kill him. Drow got away there too. Which is terrible.
Top tower
This is what happens when you have a DK with no blink. He's making BKB. He wants to run in there like face first. Which I guess is a plan, I don't know. But if he had a blink, he would be able to like blink right onto Sniper or Drow. And you want to... How Drow's... This is what I mean. We had an advantage early. We should have taken advantage of it, and we kind of did. But instead of piggybacking off of that to get Roche and Tor, we decided to feed because, Klinks doesn't have enough damage himself to do this. He's depending on Io to TP in, which is good, but now he's dead. See? He got Sniper, he got Vino, I guess. But Io's dead now. Well, maybe. Our mid laner. We'll see. I have to be careful there in this area. Our Klinks doesn't have BKB, and he might not even be going BKB. So that's a real concern. Okay, so I have this. And then I will make Crimson, I think. To help with all the chip damage that's going on. But yeah, I mean, the reason why Midas is so good on Ogre obviously is because of his ulti, the dumb luck. So there's a chance that you can Midas 3 creeps or even 2 creeps, which is huge benefits. Nyx doesn't learn his lesson. There's a Drow right behind him. You just don't focus on, like, what... You know what I mean? Like... Okay, it's an axe. That's good. Like, it's better than nothing, but... You imagine, like, what we could have gotten out of that. You go if you go for the drow, like their team will immediately back up the drow, 100%. They know if like they let the drow die, we're gonna take Roche, we're gonna take all the towers, we're gonna take everything. Like it's at that point, Axe isn't as big of a deal as you guys think or might think. If we get quadruple taunted, yes, of course, it's super bad. Super bad if we get quadruple taunted, fine. I gotta click off, taking up too much damage. Okay, I got a ring of health, which is good. And Axe is back, he's probably gonna quadruple taunt. Mouse got fucked there. I really have to be careful about this taunt. Next might be dead. Clinks is still, yeah, it has Aegis. He didn't let it go, which is good for us. Okay, we died, or I died. Let's power up this ruin. Can take a little bit of a break since this game is kind of under control. It hasn't been won yet, so don't get that mistaken. But you can see as a support, I didn't do the best job of warding. I'm not gonna lie, Nyx took some of that responsibility. I was farming. What I would say is like, itemization wise, I think I did what I should do for my team. Yeah. You can see the fruits of my labor. I almost have Crimson, and it's 33 minutes. I was a pos 5 with basically no farm in any of the lanes. I don't think I ever took farm away from my teammates. Wasn't taking a camp away. Yep. He itemized so terribly that I don't even know what to say. What can you say? Like, if we weren't this far ahead, we'd probably lose because of his itemization. Like, that's, you know, there's no one to really get in the face of Drow. Because how Drow's ulti works is basically she gets a ton of amp damage, like, essentially when there's an enemy unit that's further away from her. It's marksmanship, right? This thing. Drow's experience in battle grants her a chance to launch arrows with incredible accuracy and effectiveness, pierces through the enemy's defense, ignoring their base armor. Huge amount of DPS. This ability is enabled if there is an enemy hero within 325 range, right? And the chance proc gets huge, and the chance proc damage is huge, or potentially huge. So you can see how that just goes up exponentially as long as there's nothing in front of her, right? And DK is like the perfect one to do that because he's super tanky. He has a long, like 2.5 second stun. I think Dragon Tail's the longest non-ulti stun in the game. So it's really, really hard to stop that. And then what can she do? She basically has to back up or force staff herself or something like that. Like, it's just crazy amount of damage. Okay, yeah, like Nick's died again. Doesn't make sense. Yep, good. They should kill them all. Oh, I'm surprised she didn't die from that. The burst and then the orchid. If Clanks did indeed launch the orchid. Roche is up and potentially up, I guess, in, you know, a minute. So we'll see. Finally, he gets a fucking blink. There Nyx goes again, trying to get a solo kill, even though we're way past that phase, especially when they're parked in their fucking base like that. Like, unless you see them coming out to farm and stuff like that, it's too great of a risk at 39 minutes to be able to do this. Like, you're just gonna get squashed like a bug, which is exactly what happened. Yeah, I'm getting really toxic. I'm not gonna lie. I shouldn't have this approach because my teammates are gonna play this badly regardless, and I really should just focus on the things that I could do better. But these mistakes are, like, Roshan could be up right now, and we don't know that. And I already called out that it was gonna be up pretty soon, and this is a big fucking problem because you give them Roshan on Drow or Sniper, all of a sudden you have to kill them twice. they output so much damage they could probably take 3 people with them before they die. Like, there's just a whole bunch of cascading effects that could happen rather than us being patient, like accelerating our lead, getting Tormentor, getting Roshan, like, you know, all these things. Like, look. Dead again, maybe. He's gonna go for it. This is what I mean. DK's one job in this lineup is basically to get in Drow's face or get in Sniper's face to make them feel super uncomfortable. And yeah, if he dies, like, that sucks, but like, basically if Clinks is left free there, he'll either kill everyone or he'll take their entire base, right? Like, that's how much damage he can output. So it's really stupid that he would have not gotten we didn't reverse kill this, so we wasted Aegis. We didn't even get a set of racks for that. Like, that's how fucking asinine these things are. I know I shouldn't be harping on this because it just doesn't make me better as a player, but like, some of these things are so fucking infuriating that you just gotta, like, ask yourself, like, do you even want to play? Like, as a team, right? Like, do you want to play? Because the point of playing Dota, at least, you know, ranked, is to win, right? You're competitive. You want to win. You want to increase your MMR, like everyone does. And so if you're making these moves purposely to basically throw the game, like, then what's the point in playing? You might as well just play non-ranked, fucking turbo. You know, there's other options. You know, don't be this fucking stupid and expect to win. just gonna take the invis. No one's taking it. I'll just take it to deny them from taking it. Might as well just farm. Might as well just go Ags and Octarine. Maybe, you know, since all this throwing, we basically let them back in the game. Like, we're not so ahead that we can do this. Like, we only have 2 sets. We don't have fucking... Or, so we only have 1 set. We don't have, like, 3 sets or something like that, or 2 sets where we can kind of take our foot pedal off the gas, right? So... I'm only level 21, I'm not even 25, like I have to get there as well. They're looking for a kill, but I mean, sure, there could be a percentage chance that they'll leak out into the somewhere, but it's very low without smoke. Like, they're gonna have sentries. Not that my level's high, but at this level, like, they're probably gonna have sentries outside the base to see you get sniped. Like, it's a very low percentage chance that you're just gonna be able to smoke someone. Like, this Nyx is probably gonna fucking feed, I think. Oh, I stand corrected. That's a good kill. He took a chance, but he might die here. Yeah, Nyx dies. Shit like this is just so frustrating. We had this game 20 minutes ago as long as the team, like, played reasonably disciplined. This is part of the Pub Dota experience, I get it, but, like, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I'm gonna report this guy. Like I said, the time for solo pickoffs are over. Unless you have really good, like, you've, like, warded out their entire jungle, which is on me, fine. Like, running down a lane with Vendetta, like, in the wide open and not expecting, okay, this might be a kill here, but he might wipe. Just a... Like I said, we were gonna lose. And now you know why. And these people are like Divine 3, right? Reported, 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 and reported. Yep, good. This is exactly what they want. You have anti-high ground with Pudge hooking people in, Vino making, like, just spamming a ton of fucking words everywhere, obviously Axe with taunt, no BKB clinks, and you have 2 range carries that'll shoot down everything that comes in their path. So either you rat, or you push in as 5 and you be careful, but you don't overextend. You siege the tower with Aegis Carrier. If they jump on him, you jump on in reverse on whoever's there. I knew we would lose once I saw the way that they were playing. Like, they just know one strategy: to run at any enemy that's on the map and try to solo kill them. And in the beginning, that seems like a very novel idea because it worked. But the game evolves to a point where it doesn't work, right? Like, you have a smaller part of the map where you can't take advantage of your invisibility, right? You saw Clinks go on Sniper, go on Drow. He didn't kill them. And then in reverse, you reveal your location. Axe comes over, Pudge comes over, holds you down, hooks you or whatever, and then you die. You just basically reverse feed, right? Same thing with Nyx a bunch of times. That's why he died fucking 16 times in that game. Probably a safe lane Razor. Really, I should get boots. I'll get a windlace instead, and then I will get, I think, a fairy fire, and probably that leaves 120 gold, so I'll get 2 sticks. Yeah, that's probably the best build that I can go in case Clock is on my team. Let's see how much we were ahead last game. So team net worth, we weren't up that much. We're up about 5k, but we had most of the map. Like, so this is part of my point. Sometimes you think you're ahead a lot, but you're actually not ahead as much as you could be. Like, imagine if we spent all that time just farming the entire map, like hoarding all the resources. Nick's getting like, blink, like sheep, Dagon 5 if he didn't have it, E-Blade, even BKB, so if in case he gets caught, he tries to solo kill someone, he has like potential to get out. But no, instead what they did is they ran as a pack of 3 or 4, trying to own people, and it obviously did not work. Like, case in point, we lost a game that we probably should have won, and we had 2 Aegises. Like, we did nothing with them, right? Clinks wasn't with us as 5. DK was doing his own thing. I ran over to the team, fine. I guess I was late. And then he got hooked and he got owned. Instead of maybe letting someone else get hooked, he goes in, destroys one person, they gear onto him, pour all their spells, and they have nothing left. Right? They basically blow their load on one person and then they have nothing left. It's like retarded, So it'll be Luna Io, I think, in my lane. So I don't know if the Windlace was a good buy, to be honest with you. I probably will need a set of tangos right away. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably need a fresh set of tangos. I usually like to get headshot first. That's just my own preference. Or I can go for Tranquils right away, like pretty quick here. Yeah. And that's probably what I'll do, actually. Just be a little greedy. So he did put a ward there, which is nice. So I can snipe from the side, and I can... Oh, yeah, it is Clock. So I think I did pick the right item for myself. Luna stunned the wrong person. I think she was trying to last hit the creep. Okay, it's a good start. Just make sure that this is not blocked. Oh, he blocked it. It's really hard for me to contest because if he gets on top of me... Oh, he didn't block it. I thought he body blocked it. That was weird. Yeah, so you can see what Clock is trying to do, right? Like, securing the range creep. That's my bad. I should have denied that. Oh. Well, what's his face center bought me time. So we have a level advantage, which is good. So I should pull the next wave here. Okay, good. to make sure this camp is not blocked. Okay.
Player disconnected. Don't let your middle tower fall. I don't think you want that to happen. Let's get on with
Gonna
it.
play up on the wave because clock is not nearby.
Your middle tower is under attack. Stop them.
Okay. Done a really bad job of last hitting this game, not gonna lie. Or like denying, I should say. I'm dead. I knew it from the get-go. Yeah, that double was really bad, actually. That put them right back in the game. Like, I don't think we played the lane amazing, consider Centaur, Phil, and Sniper are a pretty good match. But Centaur really got like quite a bit of assets. Like he's pretty rich. Motherfucking cogs. Okay, I have to wait a little bit now just to heal. So annoying. And I'll get a Wraith Band to help out with damage. Is he dead? I hope not. I'm stacking Ancients, so I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I need some clarity, and then I need a Wraith Band.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Mistakes were made. Huge mistakes, actually. Centaur and I have died twice in lane. Luna's died once, and Clock's died once, so really, really bad. I mean, it was worth. I guess I should have just turned around and shot fucking Razor, but I thought my team would be able to kill him in time. Like before I got absolutely fucking pummeled there. I need to get 6 badly so I can contribute without like really showing. Yeah, that's the tragedy of it all. I'm kind of taking Tinker's farm, so probably advise you guys not to do this. Good, Sniper got out, and they killed Clock. That's nice. If Luna got a double there, it'd probably be, I mean, we'd be in really big trouble.
Dominating. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll probably help Tinker hold this. I might die once or twice because of it, but I'll get experience, which is good enough for me. And it'll prevent them from taking this T1. It'll open up the jungle. I don't blame Lifestealer for leaving this lane. He probably feels threatened. Yeah, So, like, stuff like this I should do. Just to put some damage on him and scare him. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I should have gone that close.
Your top tower is under attack.
Is he gonna arena? No, he just used it. Never mind.
Let's talk about your top tower.
Oh, he's going for 14.
Your top tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Yeah, I don't know. This looks bad. Like, really bad.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire snow fortified.
Razor fed pretty badly. That stopped the push, which is great. We were trying to buy our team time to catch up. Like, I think you guys understand this. Like, this tower matters way more than any, well, aside from mid tower, I guess that's the most important one, but this is like the second most important. The longer we can deter this, and it's already 15 minutes, like we are doing a reasonable job, I would say. Okay, I did this somewhat accidentally, but I want to create a double wave so that we can push out longer. Yeah. Yeah, I fed 3 times down here. I don't know if it was the right play, honestly. Like, I suppose it gives Lifestealer, I mean, he almost has Radiance, so he caught up. And then Tinker has been marching away, so what does Tinker have? Blink Kaya, yeah, he's got some shit. What does... This guy got fucked after having a pretty decent start, I would say. He doesn't have Blink, though. Okay, I'm just gonna farm. don't really know why Lifestealer is in this lane, to be honest. And now, because Tinker TP bot, we're gonna lose this mid tower most likely. Good thing we had a glyph.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
This is like the last Horizon, you know what I mean? Yeah, we lose this tower, map gets very small very quickly, and it's very rough for us. Luna can farm every single thing. Lifestealer can't outcarry the Luna too, like, at least in my opinion, he cannot. He just doesn't scale like her. She's ranged, and she has, you know, with Manta, she has a whole bunch of glaives flying around everywhere doing 1 billion damage. Like, eventually something's gotta give.
The enemy's top tower is falling. Your top tower is under attack. There's really no reason to stand for this.
Our mid tinker is halfway towards Ags, but we've lost all map.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Barreling down is 5.
Your tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower is down.
Yeah, Luna knows she has a power spike, right? Now that she has Manta, she is going Ags. I mean, she could go BKB, but like Lifesteal's avoiding because he has fucking nothing, right? Like, which okay, I get. You know, you run in there with Radiance, and like, who do you actually kill? You probably die.
Let's talk about it.
But you know, now the game gets really hard now. We lost bot tower. We lost our entire jungle. Like, they didn't play on top to force one back. And I probably should have done that, to be honest with you, because I recognized it. Yeah, now what, right?
Radiant's courier just got killed.
I mean, he's got Yasha, but he's basically one... He's like one whole item behind Luna. That's Luna right there. she's probably already, you know, halfway towards eggs. Yes. That's huge for us. Rage, yes. Good. Good, 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 good. Yeah, it's huge for us. They overextended without Razor. And more importantly, they overextended. Like, they made a big mistake. They overextended after Luna died. And they should have waited for her to come back up. Because it's very low chance that... I mean, sure, they get the Centaur kill, so what? He absorbs all the damage. He has Thorns Aura, reverberates all the damage back to them. So they're like at half HP, we go in, which is exactly what happened. I spent all shrapnels. That's why Mars, when he came out of Arena, was like basically at 25%. And then I assassinated him, but obviously IO healed him. So we're almost towards Ags, which is nice. But like, we're gonna need a lot more than that, man. Like, we really are. In order to salvage this game. You know, I should put a ward. I feel like I should put this ward here. Just to make sure that I don't get fucking ganked. That sucks. That's too bad.
Your middle tower is under attack. This is not cool.
I didn't kill it before I respawned. That's just really bad creep management by me. She should have gave me the creeps, but that's okay. Maybe he's pissed because I played Sniper 4. One thing's clear though, like I'm messing up some stuff, like I'm not playing perfectly whatsoever, and I'm messing up some stuff because I'm just too fuming mad from last fucking game where we basically had a guaranteed win and then stupid shit happened. You know, and you lose every single, like we have one T2 left. You know, you wonder why we're doing so poorly. It is what it is. Can't change the past. Just gotta move on. Just got killed. That's not good. Actually, pretty bad. Let's go buy my Ags. 27-minute Ags. Super late. If this game carries on for more time, though, maybe. Maybe they'll make a throw, like they won't get Aegis before they high ground it, and then we'll have a chance. Yeah, who knows? Oh, they got the wisdom, so they have a level advantage. I mean, they already had one, they just extended it. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of problems here. Unflattering consequences to our actions. We should play behind Centaur because he has the blink, but see, unlike my last team, they actually got a fucking Aegis. Well, we got two, but they'll probably utilize it a lot better than we did last game. And that'll be devastating for us. I have to save for buyback now to have any chance, I think, of winning this. Hopefully we can turn it around that way. Let's see, has life started farming well? I guess, I don't know, you know. He had like the same items 10 minutes ago. Tinker was forced to BKB. That's okay. I'm actually okay with that because we forced him to BKB. Now we're gonna stun him like this. Tinker died, which is terrible. Yeah, good. That's a good kill. We recognize the fact that he was alone. And he used his BKB, so we need to get back to base, I think. I shouldn't have TV'd out in the open like that. I didn't see the Mars. I don't know. I'm sure they have warding there. Yeah, I mean, he just demorded this, so. Oh my god, that was Mars blinking in there and then Tinker blinking out. We could have turned that. That was fucking stupid. Yeah, she's isolated. Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with that. That's actually pretty good. For one Lich, we got rid of Aegis. I mean, yes, but the team could have been way more coordinated than this. Okay, now we're fucked, I think. Can we kill him? Yeah, I think we can. bug on my arm. Just killed it. Yeah, I don't know. We lost the set, and then I was pretty sure we had that Razor kill because Lifestealer was right in position. He didn't see him, or maybe he did and he was baiting. But I guess Luna showed up after a bit, but I think we could have bursted her down. I missed position for sure. Now there will be consequences. Pretty far away from Deso. Lifesteal has Scotty. He didn't die as far as I could see from last time's engagement, so that's pretty good. Okay, Tinker wants this farm, sure. What's Tinker making? Sheep? He's got a BKB. Oh, he's making Dagon, I see. Centaur has Blade Mail. I'm gonna be ultra greedy and not save for buyback, which is a really bad idea. Oh shit. Well, I guess that's the beauty of Lifestealer. He can BKB, he can rage and fucking TP.
Let's talk about your cat tower. There's no more cat tower. I thought this might happen.
Oh, we're constantly getting cucked by these illusions. But, I mean, no one died. We got the Mars kills, so this is like, we'll take whatever we can get at this point. And he had no one in the arena. He actually bounced us out, so that could have been fatal for us and possibly game ending. I feel like I need this just to attack a lot faster. Deso doesn't give you attack speed, it just makes you hit hard, so I really do have to watch my positioning. Disconnected from the game, okay. Oh, I probably shouldn't finish this, but I should pour myself some water. pretty close to Deso, but it's like a fucking 40-minute Deso, so really have to rethink this build, I think, in the future. Going straight Ags, I don't think makes sense. Maybe a Solar to help out the team. They're already greedy. They're already angry that I'm... Okay, I got my Deso. I think we can still win, but obviously Luna's going to be a massive problem. She's going to need to be bursted out of BKB. Lifesteal itemized properly, he got him MKB, which is good. And I don't know what this guy's working towards. Pipe. I suppose against Luna's ulti that makes sense. Lich has the fucking slippers, and then Tinker has Dagon 2? Dagon 3 recipe in the backpack, so he's gonna be able to like really do some nice damage to people.
Who'll be turned away from this battle?
Ah, these DCs, man. I kind of want this game to just proceed rather than going back and forth like this. It's kind of annoying. Okay, Centaur's back. Can we proceed now? Let's proceed.
Great, you're back.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no, we've done too soon. Monster kill!
I think because Mars DC'd there. I don't know. I mean, we won the fight. And my teammates were really, like, healthy, like, compared to me. Like, Luna was on my ass ready to kill me. Which, even if I died, like, I don't think that's that big of a deal.
Killing spree.
Oh, they killed Lifestealer. That's really not good.
Double kill. Someone disconnected.
Yeah, I don't know. Luna's back in 9 seconds. We're both up for 40. I mean, she's gonna TP bot unless she has bots. Stop this. But I'm back in 20. I really don't want to buy if I don't have to, but I think we just lost the game right there. Like, straight up. I don't know. If I went with them, Tinker was down, bot lane was not pushed. I don't know if it was the right move to chase after more kills after we, like, decisively won that fight. Especially Lifestealer dying there was, like, that really fucked us. If Centaur died, that's one thing, but Lifestealer dying, like, we cannot hold after that. Yeah, now this might be, like, GG's. Am I dead? I feel like I'm dead. I kind of wanted to continue, like, to progress. Well, I guess Arena's down. So that's good, but... yeah, I don't know if we can win. Okay, killed that guy, that's good. Oh, now I'm dead. Jesus Christ. I mean, we got Mega though. So really, it's just kind of only a matter of time. And I bought back. I guess stupid positioning by me. Centaur ball back. Now they're throwing by defending without Luna. Luna's back. That was a buyback on Razor, so that's actually pretty good for us. But we weren't able to get the tower, which I guess at this point is fine. If we actually do wipe them and... oh, fuck. Yeah, I just... Tinker died. That's really horrible. They're just gonna try to do that again. At which point, I don't think I'll have enough damage to stop her. Like, if she turns on Satanic and go... like, we needed to basically punish that, right? Like, kill one of them, if not both. Can't just let them fly out like this. Like, we have fucking 12 seconds to basically do something. Oh, Tinker dying there was really bad, though. I think he has buyback. I don't think Tinker used buyback. But now... and we don't have Glyph. Like, we don't have Glyph for whatever it is, a minute 30. They just basically run in and fucking kill our shit. And there ain't shit we can do about it. Tinker. So that was a game. I was pretty sure after the Wisp attempt, if we didn't kill anyone, we wouldn't have enough time to reset the glyph. They could just come in. Like, they probably didn't even need Aegis, to be honest with you. They could just Zerg the throne and we would have lost. Yeah, it's very easy for them to kill everything at that point. We have no defense in the base. We have no fucking towers that they have to chew through. Like, we needed to take a fight basically outside of the base, like at the edge. And then Tinker dying basically prevented us from pushing waves out so that we can have... Yep. Not sure what else to say. There's probably nothing much to say, really. Rough game. I didn't play the best, for sure. Yeah, I could have played better. Let's see. Put Amber in here. Maybe this will help. Trying to pass this level in Summoner's War. Okay, maybe I have the team this time. Let's see. If I can CC this guy enough. I didn't check what runes I actually had on this demon. I just kind of auto-ruined it, so there could be stuff that's like definitely not maxed out, which is bad. My performance will suffer because of it. What am I down to? 3,700 now. I was at, or 4,700. I was at 5,200 before. 4,711. I lost the last two. Our game was stupid. That game, I felt like we probably would lose. Oh, we might lose this actually. On Summoner's War, yeah. there's not enough control there. Okay. Not enough single target control. How do we make this easier for us? Okay. Enemy attack damage. Let's try that. Got a couple minutes more of the stream. So I'm 47-11. Like, let's see my stats here. I went down to 52.1 with sniper. Average deaths. Best win streak was 13 games. Current is 0. Yeah, I definitely could have played that game better, not gonna lie. There was things that I probably could have done more efficiently. Like, I got Ags way too late in that game, like 27 minutes. I should have been focusing either on like helping the team gank and take back map with the centaur. I actually don't. I don't like. Let's. Okay, let's take a look at some of my. So match history, sniper. Yeah, I was underperformance in terms of GPM, in terms of deaths, assists, kills. Okay, that stuff. Yeah, sure, I guess. And then if we look at graphs, player items, I completed this at 27 minutes, so that's too long. I think the only way for me to speed it up in that circumstance is to get treads, far more efficiently, of course. Get treads. Like power treads, and then far more efficiently participate in more kills so that I get more bounty. I spent the next 10 minutes getting Deso online, so I think I did that at a decent pace given the fact that Ags doesn't really help you farm, which I guess is part of the problem in a sense. So that could have been quicker, but this 22-minute blink after having the majority of last hits in lane, like I feel like we... At 5 minutes, Centaur was actually ahead. So despite us feeding like profusely, like fucking 4 times in lane, which was terrible, he was still ahead of the Luna in terms of net worth. Yeah, some wild and wacky shit. Let's see if this team will do it. If I can't CC these guys in time, then I will probably lose. Hopefully I can, and then put enough dots on the team if I can do something here. Veramos, the Black Ifrit, is so strong, like still to this day. Like, he was king before and then he fell off because there's other units, but oh shit, there's some kind of explosion. I think I can win though. 50% HP. He didn't get the buff to hit harder after his allies die, so that's good. Yeah, this one's, I believe, in the bag. And then prizes wise, realistically, like what should I get? I think I should get the crystals because I'm so low on crystals now. Like I'm only 1900 in crystals. I couldn't even afford to get those promotional packs. Yeah, so we go to shop. Like I have 1250, but this one scroll will wipe me out. I mean, there's a slim chance that I'll get a light and dark, but that's like 0.005. This is most likely a shitty 3-star. Like this is worth it for 200. This also Devilmon, you can never have enough. So that'll be 500, and then this you can buy 20 times. So 100 for 50. I guess. I don't know. Yeah. That's like 1,000, but you gotta spend quite a bit. Yeah. Usually what people do, if they make it to the top, they'll buy all these limited ones, and then they'll spend enough for this. They won't have enough for anything else, or partially this. So I suppose that should be my goal. Let's see. What is a good combo for this one? I have this team, so I'll probably just use it. And then let's mark off this, this, and this. Sure, like this. 325. Let's see if we can do this. Okay. That's probably going to end the stream for today. I got some dishes to do, and then I'll probably just try to grind some MRR here until I go to bed. I'm sorry that I couldn't show you guys a win for a game, and I apologize if it got a little bit toxic. I have some things that I need to work on in this game for sure. Lately, I've been playing some pretty bad Dota. There's a reason why I got up to 5,200 MRR, and then I slipped down another 500, so hopefully I can turn that around on next stream and be in more of a winning mood. But it is important to reflect on some of the things that I have done and haven't done. Like Ogre, I probably could have stayed with my team more. I felt like they were really making some horrible plays though. Like these solo ganks, like that one gank at the base where they like got sniper and then they just like Klinks got hooked yet again. He didn't have BKB to, basically BKB and run out, or BKB and TP, or just even just BKB and stand there, but like, not die essentially because of the BKB, or take longer to die. Like, oh man, the Knicks fed like 16 times that game. It was just brutal. Yeah, that was an ugly game. Yeah, but I gotta play. I feel like I'm okay at position 5. Like I'm probably more comfortable. Position 4, I'm only okay with certain heroes, like Bounty Hunter. Combat wise, I'm not as good, but I think in the beginning laning phase, I can be a really good shit disturber, shall we say? So that helps me. Oh, shit. My homunculus died. And I'm not cleansing enough dots. We will probably lose this. We'll lose the homunculus for sure right now. It's just whether or not this team is good enough to at least fight the boss, which probably is a no. Yeah, keep in mind, like, my homunculus, like the purple unit that just died, and then the one on the far right that's red, doesn't have any skill ups, so that leaves a lot to be desired. Let's say that. Oh, hey Texas, I was actually about to log off, but I guess thanks for joining the stream. How's it going? How are you? I hope everything is okay, by the way. I'm doing all right. Like, yeah, I don't know. I had a good holidays, but after the holidays, I guess reality sets in, and like, just the job market's not good. Like, yeah, it's pretty shitty with companies. Like, they're saying they want to hire people, but no, I usually do a 4 hour stream, so I log in at 8 PST, which is what, like, I think you're 2 hours ahead of me, so that's like 10 o'clock your time, until 2. So that's like 2 o'clock your time, which is 12 my time. So I do 8 to 12. Like, PST is California time, basically. So those are the times that I'm on. Yeah, those are the times I'm on. And that's usually when I log on. But how's it going? Yeah, I guess things are like okay. Economy's pretty shitty. Opportunities are pretty slim. And I think the mood of most people is like pretty bad. Although I would say like most people in Vancouver, like where I'm from, try to remain pretty positive, but it is tough. Like, people are really quite struggling right now with everything. Like, it's really like it's come to a point where it's almost like survival mode. And I'm probably one of the more fortunate ones because I have like investments and savings and like stuff with that like that. But yeah, other people don't, right? And I do, and I legitimately feel bad for them, like especially families, like when they can't afford to feed their kids and shit like that, or to feed themselves. Like, they have to pick between feeding themselves or feeding their kids, and most likely, obviously they're probably going to feed their kids, right? Yeah, so those things are rough to watch and see. Like, you never want that to happen to anyone, but it does happen. That's kind of the reality. But yeah. And I think we would all be in a better place if we felt like this was just a temporary thing that was happening, like, like 2018 trade wars or COVID. We could feel like, eventually we'll get through this, right? Like, vaccines were printed, people got vaccines or they didn't. But, we got that under control where we came out of it. But this time, there's so much uncertainty around AI that no one really knows what's going to happen. And that, I think that fucks up things. That certainly fucks me up. Like, yeah. I try my best not to think about it because it's just... there's so much, so much things that you don't know that it's like if you go down that rabbit hole, like, you're just going to get lost in the sauce, right? It's going to go kind of crazy. Yeah. Anyways, that's what's going on, man. Yeah, we have AI on the verge of taking over the fucking world. Skynet. And people are just kind of being very hunky-dory and lackadaisical about it. They're not... Yeah, either they just don't know what to do, so they're just kind of ignoring everything altogether, or they're freaking out. Yeah, so it's a weird time. Weird time for a lot of shit. And a lot of people. That's what's going on, sir. But other than that, like, I'm getting back to work. I guess that's good, and I've got a couple deals in the pipeline that I've sold, so that's money. And I'm gonna be spending more time on my YouTube channel, which is nice. Trying to produce content for you guys. Like, I'll probably try to film some long form content for you guys. I really, right now, I just can't afford a video editor, so I might just publish the raw footage without cuts. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we joke around about Skynet. It's like the big running joke since Terminator 2. And we've joked about it for years, but like, I do not know. I in China, when I'm in China, I definitely do. I don't have a car in China, and I don't need one, to be honest with you. But here, I don't use public transportation. I need to start working out, like seriously. And some of that is because I am getting older, so I have to take better care of my health. Also, just like personal goals. But I know that like my mental health is like way better when I actually exercise, like 100%. There's like a period of time where I was going through some pretty bad relationship stuff, and so I worked out for about, I want to say like 8 months, and I actually got in pretty decent shape, to be honest with you. Like I lost like quite a bit of weight, put on like muscle mass. Like I just felt a lot better. Like my posture was better, my energy was better, everything was better. And after like the first 3 weeks, you actually get you start liking it, right? Like because you're almost leveling up your body. Like that's what it feels like. So yeah, I want to get back to that place where I'm doing that. And I have enough equipment in my home to like at least do a decent workout. Like I don't have, a bench press or squat rack or anything like that. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment, but I do have a chin-up bar. I have rings. I have dumbbells. I have resistance bands. So there are a lot of like core exercises that I can do that will give me like a pretty decent workout, right? Like you can just Google them, or you can chat GPT a workout or whatever. The other thing, the tough thing, or can be tough thing, is the diet, because food's so expensive here in Vancouver. Like if you're focusing on I mean, it really depends on the protein sources that you're looking for, right? Like if you're eating beef, like beef is so, I don't know how much beef is in Texas, but it's like pretty expensive here in Canada. And we have our own beef. We live in a province, like we live next to the province that produces all the fucking beef. And it's still so bloody expensive for us. But there are other sources of protein. You can eat eggs, you can eat beans, you can eat chicken, you can eat pork. So it's not impossible. Yeah. Yeah, I do drive in Canada. It's very rare that I use public transportation. When I first got back and my cousin had my car on the island, I had to take the bus to a couple places. But normally, no, I don't use public transportation. Public transportation is okay here in Vancouver. Some would say pretty decent. But it's not, I don't think it's convenient enough for you to use it. Like when you're off peak hours, you have to wait half an hour for the next bus. So if you miss your bus, you literally are sitting there for half an hour. It's like super inefficient. During rush hour, it's every 15 minutes, which is like, that's close enough intervals that you're not wasting as much time. But yeah, I've been to bus stops before where like the bus literally left like seconds before I got there. And then I was sitting there for fucking half an hour, like twiddling my thumbs, playing with my phone. So, you basically never have that problem like in other parts, in a lot of parts in the world, but you definitely have that problem here. Yeah, in China it's ridiculous. It's like slow times for them is like every 6 minutes, like non-rush hour, and then rush hour you have like buses every 2 to 3 minutes to like just get people home, right? And then every major city there has metro lines, and they have like so many metro lines that it's like super efficient. Yeah, you can get home. It's so ridiculously cheap. It's 3 renminbi for a ride, which is like 60 cents. And we're talking like riding the metro for like 40 minutes, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, here I think the bus is, what do I pay? I want to say 275. I think it's 275. Maybe for one zone tickets a little bit cheaper, but prices have gone up since let's see, one zone fare Vancouver. Okay, let's take a look. One zone ticket for Vancouver is $270 now, so prices have gone up. This used to be $175, by the way, inflation. Adult fares. Okay, so if you have the Compass card, which I do, you have to pay $10 to get the card, and then you can preload it with basically credit. It's $225 to get around my city, but my city's not that big. And then if you don't have that Compass card, it's $335. Wow, it's even more than what they had before. That's crazy. Oh no, sorry, my bad. Stored adult value adult fare $270. Yeah, so cash payments $335, $270 if you actually have the Compass card. So that's the deal, quote unquote deal. And then you can get yours for a monthly pass at $111 per month if you wanted to just take the bus all the time. And unlimited travel on SkyTrain and SeaBus within the number of zones. So keep in mind that number of zones are very, very limited, because I live in one zone, which is just the city of Richmond. If I go outside of that zone, it's $149. So right when I pass into Vancouver, it becomes $149. That'll take me to downtown though, technically. So for $149 per month, I could just use public transportation all the time, which is like the same, which is a little more expensive than what I pay for car insurance every year, like if you break it down monthly. But car entails other things. You have gas, you have maintenance, you have insurance, right? So you couple all those things together. But yeah, I do miss driving sometimes when I'm in China. Yeah, because I just don't drive for 6 months, so it's nice to come back and actually have my car to drive around and stuff. I used to drive around quite a bit, but yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Vancouver, man. What a garbage city. People say it's like one of the best places in the world. I think I beg to differ. I guess that's just me, but yeah, I don't know. It's this place is expensive and money is repurposed all the time for I don't even know what. They tax us to hell and nothing comes out of it, right? Like, it's different if you're taxing us for a quote-unquote legitimate reason, but that doesn't seem to be the case. At least for living here for 40 years, what city... I don't know what city improvements I've seen. Yeah, we have... Texas, you don't know this, but we have places called safe injection sites, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's drug addicts get to shoot up drugs in a safe place. Literally, they get to use stuff like heroin, fentanyl. Fentanyl? I think they get to use safe injection sites. Safe injection sites, drugs allowed. So there's even dealers there, right? Like you get like kind of some kind of stipend, and you can needle exchanges. Yeah, this shit doesn't work, man. It's they say it's supposed to keep drugs off the street to give people a safe space to shoot up drugs and then try to rehab them. It doesn't work. We've been paying for this shit for the last 30 years that I've been here. And we have one of the worst ODs in North America by capita, right? Even worse than places like California and stuff like that from fentanyl overdoses. Like, this shit does not work. It costs taxpayers like $220 million per year to run these places. So it's not cheap. It's not like it's fucking free. Yeah. So that's where we're at. They even have a needle exchange program, guys. Look at that. They also provide clean needle, sterile water, alcohol wipes, and health information to encourage safer injection practices. Yeah, we're just putting bandages on the problem rather than fucking solving the problem. Is it an easy problem to solve? No, it's not. But I don't think this is the solution, and I think we have 30 years of evidence to prove that it's not the solution. This is what I mean by like paying taxes in Vancouver. Like why am I paying taxes for people to shoot up drugs safely? Like what is my tax money going to? You know? Like if I'm paying 40, 50, 60, whatever $1,000, don't I want to see new roads, you know, bigger and better schools, better parks, highways, more mass transportation, more metro lines? You know, think about how much was the Canada line? Cost of Canada line. Okay, let's take a look. Total cost of Canada line. Total cost of building Okay, so it was $2 billion. It's not little money. We have contributions from a bunch of things, right? TransLink City of Vancouver, which paid nothing, by the way, which our tax money goes towards. Government of BC. Government of Canada, $450 million, so it's $2 billion. Private sector contributes $700 million, which is being repaid by TransLink over the course of 30 years operating and maintenance contracts that expire in 2040. So it expires in 15 years. Additional capstan station costs $62 million. I don't even know why they built this station, but they built it and they spent $60 million on it, which is kind of stupid because there's literally a station just down the street from it. It's crazy. And it cost them $60 million to build that one fucking station. That's nuts. But anyways, I digress. So $2 billion. But you know what? $2 billion. Let's see. Have we recouped costs for the Canada line? No, the Canada line hasn't fully recouped its capital costs, and TransLink faces ongoing funding challenges, with riderships covering roughly half of the operating costs, not capital expenses, and relying on government subsidies and fare taxes increases, which the P3 model itself faced scrutiny for lack of transparency and potential for high-cost developer benefits. Notes Rails for the Valley. While high ridership over 50 million boarding in 2019, so these are old numbers, and YVR revenue help, massive initial construction expenses and long-term operating deficits means taxpayers will still subsidize it with future funding and concern for all major transit projects according to the BC government. I get that, but like this is something that actually betters society, right? Well, for the most part, based on how many people use this. Oh yeah, they're thinking about creating a line to the University of British Columbia, UBC, which is supposed to cost a ton of money and cost people a ton of money. But it is one of our major universities, so I can see why they would want to do that. Although it doesn't connect all the way to Cambie, which is where the SkyTrain line is right now, right? So Cambie's like over here where my mouse is. This is like pretty far west, starting from Arbutus, and then you have to take a bus down to Arbutus to take this line, which doesn't totally make sense. Or I don't know if this is extended, but they only show the map to here, ending to here, so that'll be a little bit of a problem. Let's see. Yeah, you take bus 99 I see. Discount bus route. So you can take bus 99 on, what is this, King Ed or 41st. Proposed new route here. Yeah, I don't know. This looks garbage. But taxpayer dollars going towards mass transportation, I don't think is a bad use of money. It's very difficult to calculate. It's very difficult to calculate the recouped costs just based on fares, as well as like tax savings and subsidies and whatever, and outside capital that's like that investors are pouring in, or even government capital. And the reason why I say this is because you have a lot of intrinsic value with mass transportation, right? So people will be migrating to different parts of the city. Like they can travel to different parts of the city, will increase traffic, which will increase jobs and potential business opportunities for business owners to open up places. It'll just increase like a lot more people exploring the rest of the city. So there's a social aspect of it. It's not just, economics, but social aspect. The ability for people to migrate to other parts of the city while still working in downtown, or it'll open up, if your city opened up as a SkyTrain hub, then you can start to build businesses around there, because you can say, hey, it's not difficult for you to get to your workplace. You can just hop on the SkyTrain and it'll stop right across the street from me, right? So there's a lot of those benefits that probably aren't factored into this equation that pays huge amount of dividends to this kind of stuff. Yeah. But it's not being recognized, right? But these kind of things, like these kind of projects, like people are, I think if you poll most Canadians, they'd be happy to pay for this. Why not? You have mass transportation system for everyone now. That's huge. Yeah. Like, how many people use the safe injection site? Like, let's... $4.3 million people by at least 361,000 unique individuals. That's more than I thought. That's actually, that probably highlights a bigger problem, because I think we have like 3.2 or 2.8 million people in Vancouver. That's 10% of our fucking population that's using safe injection sites. I mean, that's 10% of our population that are drug addicts. That's a huge fucking problem. And we have 30 plus years of evidence that this shit doesn't work. And it hasn't worked. When are we going to wake the fuck up and try to do something else, right? Celebrated over 20 years of saving lives. Sure, yeah, they've saved a lot of lives. I don't believe this for a second. Not when I see that we're leading the North America in fentanyl overdoses per capita. Like, what lives are we saving? I think we recorded like 2,000 plus or 3,000 plus deaths from just fentanyl overdoses alone. Yeah, we're not doing a good job on the war on drugs. Yeah. Yeah. But what do you do? What do you say? What do you do? What do you do? What do you say? Yeah, you people that are adamant that we're doing a fantastic fucking job. Fantastic. Couldn't be better, right? Yeah. think you can probably tell by my voice I'm a little bit bitter about this, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I am. Yeah, based on everything that's happened with our city. But yeah, that's what's going on. I hope you're doing well, Texas. I hope everything's okay. I'm probably going to log off because I have literally a sink full of dishes that I have to throw in the dishwasher. And it's piling up and it's gross. And throw out the trash. And I'll probably play some more Dota. So I wish you a good night, sir. I will be streaming at some point again. I don't know when. But I thank you so much, obviously, for tuning in the stream, and I will make some long form content. Hopefully, you'll watch it, you'll like it, and yeah, pay it forward to other people, like if they find it useful. I haven't figured out the topic yet. I mean, this channel was really created to help people with relationship stuff, so I want to continue on that journey. But yeah, that's what's going on. So, anyways, I will see you another day, sir. You have